Now I'd like to ask your indulgence for a moment, if I could, please. Before we get started tonight, I wanted to take a moment to remember Cheryl Rudolph, who passed away last Friday after a lengthy illness. Cheryl was Ashland's longtime animal control officer. She was a passionate and caring person who loved her community and her job. Actually, it was so much more than a job to Cheryl. Her love and caring for animals extended far beyond Ashland, as she was a recognized leader in her field and called upon often by our colleagues for advice and counsel. Cheryl was past president of the Animal Control Officers of Massachusetts and was also past director of the Animal Control Officers of Massachusetts Certification Academy. She was awarded Animal Control Officer of the Year in 2007. Locally, Cheryl was a driving force behind the building of Ashland's new animal control facility from concept to reality, and she worked tirelessly rescuing and caring for animals. Cheryl will be missed by many, but her spirit, memory, and accomplishments will long be felt in Ashland. Please join me in a moment of silence for Cheryl. Thank you very much. Welcome, and thank you for being here this evening. The first order of business is what I call the preliminaries. This is where you hopefully don't fall asleep, and I go through some of the basics and explain how we will operate tonight. Town meeting is not the public comment section of a Board of Selectmen or school committee meeting, nor is it a public forum or a public hearing. What town meeting is the legislature for the town of Ashland. And tonight, we are sitting in legislative session. Together, we collectively approve the town budget, vote on capital purchases, approve bylaws, and more. My name is Adam Schuster, and I'm the moderator. My job as moderator is to serve as the presiding officer of this legislature. I believe that part of my job is also to ensure that those here in the auditorium understand what is going on, so I'll do my best to explain anything out of the ordinary. If at any time you have a question about something, please ask, as there are likely others with the same question. I'll be guided in running town meeting by the third edition of Town Meeting Time, which is published by the Massachusetts Moderators Association and is generally recognized as the authoritative guide to running town meetings in Massachusetts. Joining me at the front of the auditorium are members of the Finance Committee, Town Council Lisa Mead, Town Accountant Brittany Jacoponi, sorry if I got that wrong, Town Manager Tony Schiavi, Assistant Town Manager Finance Director Michael Herbert, members of the Board of Selectmen, members of the School Committee, Ashland Public Schools Superintendent Jim Adams, Ashland Public Schools Assistant Superintendent Barbara Durand. With me on stage are Town Clerk Tara Ward and Assistant Town Clerk Rose Miranda. Apologies if I missed anybody. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded for later rebroadcast on WACA-TV. Welcome to those of you watching us at home. When you checked in this evening, you received 3 index cards, which is unusual. 1 orange, 1 yellow, and 1 pink. Please ensure you have all 3. If you don't, you're not going to be able to vote in some way or another this evening. The orange card will be used for most of our business this evening. The pink and yellow cards may or may not be used for Article 13. Because votes will be counted based on the display of cards, non-voters and members of the press may sit anywhere in the auditorium. I will generally be able to determine the results of each vote by a simple show of cards. In the event I am unable to do so, we have tellers that will perform an actual vote count. Tonight's tellers have already been sworn in. Please ensure that you have all cell phones and other electronic devices turned to mute. And my apologies, because I forgot to do that. If you have to take or make a phone call during these proceedings, please leave the auditorium to do so. The warrant that was posted and from which we are working tonight constitutes a notice or warning to all voters of what we are discussing tonight. Town meeting can only take action within the scope of an article on the posted warrant. Town meeting acts on motions. If there isn't a motion before town meeting, no action, including discussion, can take place. In order to allow for discussion, I will entertain a motion and a second for that motion after each article has been introduced and explained, but before discussion commences. Once a motion has been made and seconded, it is subject to amendments from the floor. The procedures for amending an article are listed in your handbook on page 30 in the section titled Selected Town Meeting Procedures. If you have a question or comment during discussion of an article, Make your way to one of the 2 microphones and wait to be recognized. After being recognized, please state your name and address and direct all your remarks to the moderator, to me. Please keep your comments brief and ensure that they relate directly to the article being discussed. If you are unable to get to one of the microphones, please raise your hand and I'll have a microphone brought to you when it's your turn to speak. If you are responding to a question, thank you very much. Not that you're responding to a question to them up top. If you're responding to a question, please do so through the moderator. There should be no direct discussion between parties at town meeting. All debate is to be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner. No comments of a personal nature are to be made. Rude behavior, especially shouting, bullying, and personal attacks, will not be tolerated. Anyone unwilling or unable to comply with this rule will be removed. I'd also ask that everyone refrain from applause and similar outbursts during discussions. We have a lot to do tonight. We want to move it along. This is the point where I usually say that I start every town meeting with the goal of completing the entire warrant in a single night. I'm not going to do that tonight for a couple of reasons. First off, I'm not sure that we can. But more importantly, I think there's some folks out there who believe that my primary concern is finishing town meeting in one night at all costs. It's not. Determining whether to push later into the night to finish off the last few articles instead of coming back for another night is a tough call, and I'll admit that I've not always gotten it right. We're trying some things tonight in an effort to help move town meeting along while still allowing for a healthy discussion. Hopefully they'll work. If we do need to go to a second night, that night will be next Monday, May 11th, 7 p.m., right back here. Announcements. Annual town elections are 3 weeks from yesterday. What people don't often realize is that the results of municipal elections have more of a direct impact on our daily lives than the results of either state or federal elections. Yet turnout for Ashland's municipal elections generally runs only in the low to mid-teens. As always, I'm predicting a beautiful day with nothing but sunny skies on May 19th. So I'd urge you to get out and vote, and when you do, take a neighbor or 2 with you. Everyone votes here at the high school, and polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. Speaking of the elections, the Friends of the Library and the civic group Wheel of Ashland will again sponsor live candidates forums for candidates running for election. The forum for selectmen candidates is tomorrow night, and the forum for school committee and planning board candidates is next Tuesday, May 12th. The forums will feature questions from moderators, followed by questions from the public, and will be held in the Ashland Public Library community room starting at 6:30 p.m. The moderator's motions. The moderator's motions are listed in your handbook on page 3. They're the same standard motions we approve each town meeting, so I'll ask to address them as a group. Do I have a motion to approve the moderator's motions 1, 2, 3, and 4 as printed in the handbook? So moved. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. All opposed? That passed unanimously. Just time out for a second. Folks up in the control booth, I'm going to need the house lights up because I can't see the folks in the audience raising their cards. No. Not if you want to count. Thank you very much. On to our business for the night. Article 1, Here Town Reports. We have a number of reports tonight. The first is from the Board of Selectmen and will be given by the Chair of the Board of Selectmen, Yolanda Greaves. Ms. Greaves?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As a board, we don't have a large report, but we do have a recognition. Paul Monaco is counting his days. He's down to 13. He has spent 9 years on the Board of Selectmen. I know for myself, having sat with him the last 3 years, I've gained a lot of knowledge and understanding from him as to the role of a Board of Selectmen. As I've said to him early on, we've had our differences when we first met, but we now know that we're both working toward the best for Ashland. So, the town of Ashland would like to recognize Paul Monaco for your dedicated and distinguished service as a 9-year member of the Board of Selectmen, May 3rd, 2005 to May 20, 2011, and May 4th, 2012 to May 18th, 2015. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Yolanda, and let me add my personal thanks and congratulations to Paul. We've shared some interesting times together as well. Next is a report from the school committee, from School Committee Chair Laurie Tosti on behalf of the school committee. Ms. Tosti?
Thank you. All right, I'm not sure if I can. Good evening, everyone. I too have a recognition this evening. Marcia Rennie over here this will be her last town meeting after 9 years on school committee. These two are a little bit too excited over here. But I have the perfect gift for you. You're so excited. I have a wine glass. One of the things that Marcia would do over the years that I served with her anyway, sometimes she'd bring a little visual aid to make a point. I remember you bringing a rock at one point. She brought a couple of coffee cups. And so when thinking about Marcia, who, by the way, has put in countless hours at workshops and meetings and behind the scenes and continuing education and mentoring all of us, and most importantly, her care and concern for all students. You are such a strong voice for that we'll really miss that, Marcia. Thank you. So the couple of things that I picked out for you, just to say some things that we want to say to you. Good work. Wow, congratulations, and thank you. So that's your wine glass, and in case you would prefer coffee, here's your coffee cup that says, "I make a difference, and your dedication warms our hearts and always brings us cheer. Please take along our gratitude for everything that you've done." Thank you. I do want to make just a few very brief comments about the budget because I think I'm running out of time here. For anybody who followed our budget process, or more importantly, if you didn't, I just wanted to let you know that the number that you will see here is one that we worked very hard with the town to come to a solution that we were all comfortable with, given the amount of money that we had to work with. But I will share with you that it is not the budget that the school needs or the school wants, and we had to take some losses that are really going to have an impact on our students. We lost our curriculum director, several ESPs, there are cuts to various departments in the high school: French, social studies, English, our grant coordinator. So please be aware that this is not ideal, and that if you've been following the tri-board meetings, this is predicted to continue, where every year we're going to have to take additional losses just in order to keep up with the revenue that we're expected, unless we can do something creative to increase those revenues. So again, we're proud of the work that we did with the town, but we are hoping that we can make some changes and get some more revenue in so we can get the students what they need and what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tosti. And again, Marcia, thank you and congratulations. Next, we'll hear from Beth Rosenblum, the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Ms. Rosenblum, and I believe we have a presentation. Oh, it's already up.
Yes, we do. Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and everyone else for attending town meeting tonight. I know we have a lot on the agenda, so I will try to be very, very brief. Next slide, please. As most of you know, the Community Preservation Act provided the mechanism for towns across the Commonwealth to be able to fund projects in the areas of open space, acquisition and protection, preservation of historic resources, creation of and improvement to outdoor recreational facilities, and support and development of affordable housing. So far, 158 communities in the Commonwealth have adopted CPA, which is about 45% of all municipalities. Ashland, which passed CPA in 2002 with a 3% surcharge, we've collected more than $13 million since then. Over $5 million from the state match, and over $8.5 million in local receipts. And a lot of great things can be accomplished with over $13 million. Next slide, please. This is your Community Preservation Committee. The majority of us are appointed from within the respective committees that we serve, with the exception of the citizen at large, who's appointed by the Board of Selectmen. We all have a wide range of skills and knowledge. Next slide, please. This is the role of the CPC. I will not read it to you, but essentially we do study what the town's needs and wants are, and we attempt to fund as many of the projects that come forward as possible. Next slide. All projects that we bring to town meeting must fit into one or more of these allowable funding categories. Your Community Preservation Committee reviews and performs due diligence before bringing warrant articles to town meeting for funding. And as you can see, that affordable housing category is the most, allows for the most opportunities. Next slide, please. Some of the recently approved projects within the past year and a half or so that town meeting has approved and that are actually ongoing is the restoration of the Simpson-Jones Family Burial Ground on West Union Street. That was brought to us by the Historical Commission. The Housing Authority came before us to replace the outer access doors at the Housing Authority facility at 59 Park Road. And under the Open Space and Recreation category, the Ashland Fields Management Group, now disbanded, came before us into town meeting for improvements to and creation of recreational assets at Mendez Middle School and Stone Park, and I believe that that project has not yet commenced. Next slide, please. So this is where we stand currently. This is a 2-year look at our local receipts and state match. So last year, we raised $764,610. We had a state match of 66% of $489,834 for a total, as you can see. The estimated collections this year from our local receipts is over $787,000, and we have already gotten the state match, which was 40%. So that's our total. Thank you. So one of the warrant articles you will be approving tonight is for our 2016 annual bond commitments. As we know, because we've been back here every year, we still have the Oak Street bond, the high school athletic fields, and the Warren Woods acquisition. And those are the numbers that we're going to be asking you to approve tonight. And below that is the length of the bond and what we initially bonded for. So these are our account balances. The general is the undesignated account, which 70% of all of our revenues go into, and the other categories, 10% go into. So the bond payments, obviously, since they haven't been approved yet, have not been removed from that. But presently, we have over $2 million in our account. So warrant Article 15 is the warrant article that the Community Preservation Committee is sponsoring. It's a new format for town meeting. It's called a consent article, and it contains the 5 routine annual funding appropriations and bond payments all into one article tonight. Typically, they're all separated out, but this year we only had routine business. We didn't have any special funding requests. So the Community Preservation Committee recommends support of warrant Article 15 as written in the warrant. Next slide, please. And this is a lawn sign that the Community Preservation Committee will soon be placing around town. We're intending to place them at projects that we have completed or are ongoing to remind all of us of the wonderful community benefits that the Community Preservation Committee has allowed Ashland to receive. So thank you for your time, and please support Article 15.
Thank you, Beth. Our final report under Article 1 comes from the Capital Improvement Committee. Making the presentation is the committee chair, Jacob Guggenheim. Mr. Guggenheim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Guggenheim. I'm the chair of the Capital Improvements Committee. I want to take this opportunity to accomplish 2 goals. The first is to inform our taxpayers what the Capital Improvement Committee, or CIC, has been striving to do, and the second is to thank the members of this committee for their work and dedication to this town. The CIC is one of the newest committees in town, formed early in 2014. The town's charter states it was the town manager's responsibility to submit the town's capital plan to the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee as a part of our pay-as-you-go capital program. Mr. Schiavi realized that the system, although somewhat effective, lacked the level of input and transparency that both he and the town thinks is important in every part of this administration. As a result, he asked the Board of Selectmen to restart what was then called the Municipal Improvements Committee, whose purpose and structure is called out by our town bylaws. One of the first things the committee did was propose a few small changes to the bylaws in May 2014 annual town meeting. It increased the membership to 7 and included the Public Facilities Director as a standing position in the committee. The CIC currently has 5 members. I encourage anyone interested in being a part of this committee to apply through the Board of Selectmen's office. We look forward to expanding. One of our early tasks was to complete a joint capital policy, which was signed by the Board of Selectmen, FinCom, and the school committee in November of 2014. We developed a comprehensive capital plan, which was our guiding document, and it used several guides provided by the state as well as other resources. The details of our committee's work are posted on the town's website, and I encourage all of you to read through the details. They are exciting. Fast forward to this town meeting, the projects that you see listed for information under Article 3, as well as the request to add a capital improvement stabilization fund under Article 7, are the result of many, many hours of hard work by everyone in the group. To create this list, the group sorted over 200 requests, multiple times with both town and school departments, and ranked each request based on a variety of factors. Again, our website has more information on that. Our FY15 accomplishments and FY16 plan were then presented to the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the School Committee. Each was fully supportive of the work of the committee did as presented, and rewardingly applauded how well the committee was doing collaborating, as the list of capital work is long and distinguished after many years of delays and in many important areas. Now, before going on to Goal 2, let me pause and speak about the vision of the committee. The first, which goes without mention, is to continue to improve our processes and hence improve our town to the best of our abilities. Last year in this room, the town manager noted that the goal of the CIC was to produce a well-thought-out capital plan, inform the community of that plan, and execute on that plan. And if there are any changes to the plan, make them after intense consideration and documentation. This goal has been completed with greater transparency to the taxpayer. Though we've only had one resident to attend any of our meetings, our minutes and openness about the process allowed the taxpayers to see what, when, and how we've completed our vision. Again, I refer you to the website and the town manager's report on the capital projects for more information. Now, before I go on to the second goal of this presentation, my thanks. First, I thank the town for the opportunity to serve. I believe that I and everyone up here thanks you for that. The second is to my peers. A capital improvements program is an interesting mix of theory, like economics, and hard science, like types of power systems. Eric Heidemann, who also did a great job with our Pledge of Allegiance this morning, is the facilities director, and Ron Morrison is a longtime resident who works for the schools and helps us keep our schools up and running, have been an invaluable resource to the group. I can tell you the difference between debt structures and financial derivatives until my face turns blue or you fall asleep, but it's the dedicated employee and volunteer residents who can tell you the advantages of different types of asphalt or the state of any HVAC system in town. Also on the committee was Tom McNutley, who has been an active member for this town longer than I have been alive. Though he's resigned prior to this meeting, his understanding, sharp mind, and experiences have been an integral part of our process, and he will be missed. As mentioned before, that the CIC is a new committee. Many of our members, including me, have never been on a committee before. I want to thank Mr. Schiavi for helping us through the workings of the town bylaws, as well as the timelines we must adhere to. His ability to teach and instill his encyclopedic knowledge of the town allows the committee to really stand on its own. Also in his repertoire is that he is a fully licensed construction supervisor in Massachusetts and owns both a general contracting company and an electrical contracting company on the Cape. Finally, to Alexis Christopher, who has also been a longtime resident and a Lions Club member. Her computer skills are only matched by her grasp of the English language and requires nothing short of admiration. She has touched every publication of the CIC not only with her great ideas, but her ability for everyone to be able to read them. My many thanks. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Guggenheim. There being no vote required, we'll move on to Article 2, Fiscal Year 2015 Supplemental Appropriation, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. To see if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, and/or transfer from available funds in the Treasury a sum of money to supplement the several appropriations voted under Article 3 of the May 2014 Annual Town Meeting FY 2015 budget, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends that the town transfer from available funds to supplement the several appropriations voted under Article 3 of the 2014 Annual Town Meeting for FY 2015 Annual Budget as set forth below, transferring from Group Health Insurance, $298,500, from Central Purchasing, $5,000, from Planning, $8,000, to Telecommunications, $18,000, Elections, $8,500, Snow and Ice, $166,000, Employee Health Fringes, $3,000, Debt Service, $48,000, Other Insurances, $68,000. Mr. Schiavi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a annual article that we look through both our appropriations for areas where we have underspent or expect to, and areas where we may be a little bit over. And so, not to repeat what the moderator said there in front of you, I just want to mention snow and ice. Our numbers came in just around 712,000. We're looking to make sure we have about 725 just in case we have any insurance claims. So that's being handled through the normal snow and ice appropriation, the transfer you see here, and a transfer from the reserve fund that the Finance Committee previously voted on.
Thank you, Mr. Schiavi. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that is printed for you, and I don't feel the need to repeat. Is there a second? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, this will require a simple majority. All those in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Article 3, Fiscal Year 2015 Budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate from available funds and/or transfer from accounts 29112 Village of the Americas, 25630 Recreation Surplus, 25122 Staples Receipts Reserved, 25161 Dog Licenses, 25491 Sale of Cemetery Lots, which are available funds in the Treasury, such sums of money as are necessary to defray charges and expenses of the town, including any debt and interest for the ensuing fiscal year, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. And just a note, there's a Scrivener's error in the warrant. It states account 25630 Recreation Surplus. It should read 29630 Recreation Revolving. It's just an error in the production of the document. Before taking up the article, the Finance Committee has a short report, and by Ms. Morrissey this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee would like to comment on the following this evening: communication and access, tonight's warrant articles, and Ashland's future. Our town manager, Tony Schiavi, and assistant town manager, Michael Herbert, are following through on the strategic plans and strategies and goals that they communicated to us when they first took over. And it really is impressive. Each department ties their budget request to one or more of the town manager's goals. And we can see this addressed through the outcome-based budget process. And communication between our groups here on this panel is moving in a positive direction. Through our liaison and our tri-board meetings, We've had the opportunity to meet with Superintendent Jim Adams, Assistant Superintendent Barbara Durand, the Board of Selectmen, and the school committee members to discuss our challenges and successes. With this improved communication, we've been able to establish the debt policy, the capital policy, and the reserve policy with a consensus from all three boards. And these policies have had a direct impact on our improved bond rating, saving funds for the town. We on the Finance Committee are committed to working together to benefit all of the citizens throughout the entire community of Ashland. And our tri-board will continue to meet after town meeting and start discussing the FY17 budget and updating our projections for the next few years. And good communication between our boards will be critical to our future success. Communication to the broader community, in our opinion, really has improved this year as well. We've had our first State of the Town address this past April. The school, the Board of Selectmen, and the Finance Committees have been well attended with their forums and public meetings this year. The Town of Ashland's budget and capital plan have both been made available online, and the school budget details are also available on their webpage. We've had 3 town meeting forums where Tony has reviewed each of the articles and answered questions from the community. Our cable station has produced a number of presentations and interviews and forums and meetings, all in preparation for this evening. We've had a transparent and successful capital program for FY15. And the Board of Selectmen have been hosting a tent at the farmers market for the past year, including committee members from within the town, in an effort to be more accessible. Our management is even using social media. Jim Adams has been tweeting for some time, and Tony has begun using Twitter and Facebook as another channel of getting the message out to the community of those important information. The next area I want to comment on tonight is tonight's warrant. Our job is to provide a recommendation on each of the warrant articles as they are presented this evening. Over the past 7 months, we have had numerous meetings concerning the FY16 budget and those items that have a financial implication this evening. We have met with town management, school management, department managers, Keefe Tech, the Community Preservation Committee, the Capital Improvement Committee, and we've had a number of citizens appear before our committee to provide their input on their needs, goals, and objectives as they relate to tonight's warrant. Each year, the budget process presents challenges, and this year was no different. There are always more needs than there are funds available, and we've had many difficult conversations and debates, but all were necessary to get us to where we are this evening with a balanced budget. The budget recommended tonight, while it doesn't meet all of the needs of either the schools or the general government, it is what we firmly believe is the best available short-term solution. Barbara Duran, Michael Herbert, Tony Schiavi, and Jim Adams, working under a lot of pressure, came together with very creative solutions to problems that seemed overwhelming to us not a short time ago. They deserve a lot of credit. There are several articles being presented tonight that help support the strategy and budget and the overall long-term strategy. And we as a committee have really looked closely at each of these items. We've looked at the financial benefit and the opportunity and the impact that each one will have on the town. And we are confident in our recommendations. That said, it's important to note that this budget includes cuts to some of our services. The creative solution that I mentioned reduced these cuts but did not eliminate them. Regarding Ashland's future, there are plenty of positives for the Finance Committee to report on. For example, we are encouraged that the town has begun to address its long-term other post-employment benefits obligation. By establishing the stabilization fund for OPEB and the trust fund for OPED, and by building the future costs into our salary structure, we are making a difference. These tactics have an impact on our bond rating, and we have an obligation to our town employees, past, current, and future, that need to be met. The town has also begun to make progress in stimulating economic growth, and a direct example of that is the Route 126 project, which is in the works. And we're always striving to get more state aid. And we're working closely with Tom Sanacandro, our state representative, and Karen Spilka, our state senator, to do that. The 3 bodies, the school committee, the finance committee, and the board of selectmen, along with our management teams, have been discussing long-term possible solutions. We spent a great deal of time discussing how to control and reduce our expenses and how to increase our revenue. And many of these ideas that we came up with, we all considered prudent management or business as usual tactics or things that we are already doing. For example, the energy contract, the move to the healthcare and GIC for our employees, and the potential addition of several solar projects here tonight. Each of those has an impact on our budget, and we've invited the public to participate in those discussions. But despite these efforts, there's not much reason to believe that the budget challenges we are facing are going to improve in the short term. Looking at our 5-year forecast and using our allowable 2.5% levy increase and our projected new growth, our expenses are rising at a faster rate than our revenue is. This is not new for Ashland. The cost of our expenses have been exceeding our growth in revenue for a number of years. While we applaud the efforts made by management this year, this budget contains cuts. And absent some new source of revenue, it's difficult to see how that will not continue. So at our last tri-board meeting, we all agreed to support an effort to explore a Proposition 2.5 override as a potential revenue source for the future. But this is a town decision, and it's going to require town involvement and town input. There are no easy answers, but we need to come to a consensus on what kind of town we want Ashland to be and how we want to get there. We on the Finance Committee are committed to having those discussions, and we ask that you all be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Beth. I don't think most people sitting in the room or watching from home or know how much time and effort the Finance Committee spends every year. I did it for 5 years, so believe me, I understand, and we all owe them a debt of gratitude for their work and their efforts, so thank you. Okay, we'll stop with the applause there. That was good, but no more tonight. Voting on the budget is a two-step process. First, we will review and vote on the appropriations for each of the various accounts. After action has been taken on all the accounts, we will vote on the overall budget motion. I will start by reading the numbers and names of a series of accounts. If you have a question or comment on a particular item, yell out "hold." After voting on all unchallenged line items, we will go back and discuss any that were held. Starting off with the administration section of the budget, account 1123, Board of Selectmen. I haven't even presented the articles, so there's nothing to discuss. Account 1138, Central Purchasing. Account 1139, Telecommunications. Account 1151, Legal Counsel. Account 1155, Management and Information Systems. Account 1161, Town Clerk. Account 1162, Elections. Account 1163, Board of Registrars. All those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Going back to the Board of Selectmen, there was a hold.
Julie Nardone, 86 Elliott Street. I'm listening to everyone, the Finance Committee and the School Committee chairs tell us, we're in dire straits or close to dire straits. So I'm a little concerned that we gave a 18 to 20% increase to employee, and I don't see it represented in the Board of Selectmen. It doesn't, the amount that it goes up doesn't seem to.
Is there a question somewhere in there?
Yes, where is the increase?
What increase?
The increase for the do I just say the person, do I say the name or?
Since none of us know what you're talking about, you're gonna have to.
The town manager increase, 18 to 20%. I don't see it in here, so I don't know where it is.
Okay. Mr. Herbert.
All potential and current salary increases are in the salary contingency line, which is towards the bottom end of the budget.
Okay, is there some reason why it's down there where it might be hard for some people to see?
Mr. Herbert.
So when we were putting together the budget, we're currently in contract negotiations with all 4 of our collective bargaining units. We'll be doing our performance evaluations over the summer. So what we did is we put a pool together, and our anticipation is that the fall town meeting, once every contract is settled, performance evaluations are done, we will go back to, at the fall town meeting, we'll go and redistribute that money to the appropriate departments. I think it's important to note that the town manager's salary, which, that's who you're referring to, that does not go into effect until middle of the fiscal year.
So December.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to provide a little bit of clarity on that, Mr. Herbert was referring to, I'm not sure if all of you heard him, Mike, you have to speak a little bit more to the mic going forward, that all salary adjustments for non-union employees were budgeted, and, I'm sorry, for all staff, my apologies, were included in account 1960 salary contingency, which is towards the end of the budget, and that's consistent with past practice. All those in favor of the Board of Selectmen budget, raise your orange cards, please. Thank you very much. Opposed? Okay, that passes, but not unanimously. Finance, 1135 Town Accountant, 1141 Assessors, 1145 Treasurer Collector. All those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Unanimously. Development Services. Account 1170, Development Services Administration. 1171, Conservation Commission. 1175, Planning and ZBA. 1172, Open Space and Recreation. 1241, Inspectional Services. All those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Opposed? That passes unanimously. 1 second, please. Moving on to Public Safety, 1210 Police, 1220 Fire, 1292 Animal Control. All those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? I'm sorry, the item wasn't held. There's no discussion. Did anyone besides me not hear? I didn't hear a hold. The item wasn't held. Okay, then my apologies. What was it on? Izzy, what was it on? The fire department. Okay, so just hang on 1 second. You come on down, Izzy. So that vote will apply to the police department and animal control. There was a hold on fire. So we're going to, Izzy, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll make this short. In that budget, we're going to have 2 new firefighters. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the appointment of two more firefighters is a good start. The Ashland Fire Department, in my opinion, is seriously, I mean seriously, understaffed. Witness the 2 and only 2 firefighters responding to a recent working fire. That's unacceptable to Izzy. We should all be aware that an understaffed fire department means delay in response time. Our Ashland firefighters have done a very great job with the response provided to them. But working without adequate staffing poses a risk to each and every one of us and to the firefighters themselves. Thank you.
Please. All those, do you feel the need, Mr. Schiavi?
No, I just wanted to let
think he
folks
does.
know that we've also applied for a federal SAFER grant, too, in an attempt to bring on additional firefighters, and we hope to have that answer by the beginning of September.
All those in favor of the fire department budget, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? That passes, but not unanimously. I'm just going to ask folks, I have no doubt that Ms. Justin Caro did call out a hold, but I did not hear them. If you are in the back part of the auditorium, please be vociferous in your hold. If not, poke a neighbor and have them do it. Thank you very much. Health and Human Services, account 1544, Council on Aging, Recreation, Youth and Family. Account 1510, Board of Health. Account 1610, Library. Account 1543, Veteran Services. All those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. And opposed? That passes unanimously. Public Works, 1192, Public Buildings. 1421, Public Works Administration. Hold on, 1421. 1422, Public Works Highway. Hold on, 1422, Public Works Highway. 1494. 1423, Snow and Ice. 1424, Street Lighting. 1429, Combined Fuel. On Public Buildings, Snow and Ice, and Combined Fuel, all those in favor of the unchallenged items, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Who was calling out the holds? Ken, is it a common theme, or do you want to address each one individually?
I have a series of questions. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ken Rush, 11 Belknap Circle. Public Works Administration, we have a training and conference course line item going from $500 to $6,000. Is there a particular training segment or conference that's in mind for that increase?
No, Mr. Rush, basically what has happened is that those training requirements have always been a part of the DPW budget. It's just that they're now being reflected in a training and administration line. Previously, they were taken from different kinds of line items wherever there was funding available. So in an effort to consolidate things, in an effort to show the true cost of providing services, in this case, having training for our employees, that's why there's an increase there.
All right, thank you. Public Works Highway, maintenance service contracts and the contracted service line items are increasing by $18,000, but I'm not sure why. Also, auto parts and supplies is increasing by $13,000. I'm noticing that under cemetery, parks, and trees, the contracted services and auto parts and supplies are seeing a significant reduction. Are we having a transfer between departments here?
Mr. Herbert? Or Mr. Scabby, sorry.
Okay, that's right.
Okay.
He's on a roll.
Pick one, either one.
So one of the things we're trying to do also is consolidate auto parts and the maintenance of our vehicles within the DPW division. Another thing is that previously a lot of the maintenance costs were handled through the capital budget, and the more appropriate place for operational and maintenance needs are in the operating budget. So that's why you see an increase, especially in highway, of the contracted services, which is when we have to send our vehicles out for maintenance that we can't just provide in-house, and then also the auto parts and supplies. The contracted services line in the parks budget, that decreases because we purchased a bucket truck in FY15 or FY14. What that allowed us to do is reduce our reliance upon an outside contractor to do tree work, and so that's why there's a reduction there.
All right, thank you. Street lighting, we're seeing a 39% reduction in the budget. How are we achieving that, and what services are we losing?
We're not losing any services. That is actually because of our energy savings performance contract. The move to all LED lights throughout the town, that reduces energy costs. It also reduces maintenance because those are much longer lived bulbs than the high pressure sodium that we have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Mr. Sony?
Mark Sony, 49 Hawthorne Road. Mr. Herbie, you led me right into my complimentary saying. Last night, I was walking around my neighborhood. We do have those new LEDs installed. They are 100 times better than what the other ones were, and they didn't time on and off. Small little bulbs make a whole lot better, bigger light. Thank you.
Nothing further. We'll proceed forward. This will be on 14, Public Works Admin, Public Works Highway, CPT, and street lighting. All those in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. Opposed? That would be, was there, that was unanimous. Education, 1300 Ashland Public Schools, 1399 Keefe Tech. All those in favor, you know what, I'm not going to vote on Keefe Tech, we'll just wait and vote it all together. There was a hold on Ashland Public Schools, 1300.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess hopefully I can, for my benefit and the benefit of the town meeting, is there any news to give us on fixing Chapter 70 for Ashland?
Mr. Adams.
Mr. Mitchell, I think we'd all agree that there is a process underway currently within the legislature to review the Chapter 70 funding formula. And in the late fall, early summer, they'll be having a recommendation to the legislature. But I do not foresee it actually changing significantly. It's just the reality of it. But they are certainly looking at the formula for the adequacy piece.
Okay, thank you. When I looked at the budget detail, I saw that the anticipated state aid for charter school reimbursement is almost being reduced by 50%. Are there any specific reasons why that occurred for us?
Mr. Herbert.
So our charter school reimbursements, essentially what happens is that when we send a kid to a charter school, we get reimbursed the full amount that child for the first year. And then that basically goes down by a percentage each year. So that's why we have a decrease.
Okay, I notice in the detailed school budget, custodial salaries are up, but also a sizable decrease in contracted cleaning services. So was there a move to add custodians and reduce contract services? Okay, I'll take the nod as saying yes.
No, we did not add any new custodial positions next year. What happened is this year we had a large number of custodians that were out for long-term or workers' comp. So in this year's budget, we took money away from the payroll line and put it into contracted services to bring in a cleaning service to do several of our buildings. We're anticipating those custodians to be back to duty. So next year, the salary line is going up, the contracted services is going down.
All right. I'm noticing on the detailed budget that the special education salaries are up $511,000 or 12%. Was there any specific reasons? More students, state mandate, whatever?
Yes, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Adams.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are a couple of reasons, and that also includes our ELL population for those who are in the audience, the English language learners. Our demographics have changed dramatically here in Ashland. This year alone, we've seen an increase of 30 students who are English language learner students who are coming into our community and are required by state mandate to have 2.5 hours of delivered service daily. So they're in the budget. You'll notice there are 2 teachers in there for ELL teachers, certified teachers, but we're also part of the special education increase is we're developing a program to help mitigate costs of out-of-district placement. So we're creating a program at the middle school, which is a significant, it's $147,000 of the $511,000 to keep students in our schools. So the cost to go out of our district is much more exorbitant than it is to keep them in. So building a program, we're conservatively estimating saving $125,000 of out-of-district costs by increasing that.
Okay, and is this year a transition year since our other special ed costs didn't really go down that much?
Transition how?
Well,
are we focused a little bit more on meeting the state mandates and needs?
Well, no, I'm thinking is we're seeing the cost of increasing our ramping up for our in-house, but we're not quite getting all of the benefits this year, maybe next year.
You're correct.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Okay, last one. Detailed budget shows employee severances for the fiscal year 15 budget at a $50,000 cost, but for the fiscal year 16 budget, it's shown as a $95,000 offset or income. How do you turn severance costs into an income?
Ms. Durand?
Thank you. It's actually two different processes, so I'm going to walk you through them. The $50,000 that shows in FY15 is for severances when our staff retires. DESE instructed us this year that that's not the account they want us to show it in any longer. They wanted us to create a new account that's called Employee Separation Cost. So if you find that account, there was nothing funded in that account in FY15, and we actually put that budget in as $40,000. So we intentionally reduced it from $50,000 to $40,000. So we took $50,000 out of the employee severance that you're talking about. And the difference of the $45,000 is during the budget process, we looked at how many retirements we could anticipate happening at the end of this year, and the new hires coming in will be at a lesser salary. So we reduced $45,000, but we weren't sure at the time which teachers would be retiring and which accounts should be reduced. So I put the $45,000 against this account. Once we know those teachers, we'll be making adjustments in the school budget to put it in the proper lines.
Because I noticed that the budget had almost very specific teacher skill sets that had their own budgets.
Yes, but until we know which teacher's retiring, we don't hit that account.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Gary Ingram, Olive Street, Ashland. I have just a question for the school board. I would like to know if in the current year and previous years, all special education funding was derived from the school budget.
Who wants to answer that? Ms. Durand?
Special education funding actually comes out of two sources, actually three. There's the general fund budget, which town meeting appropriates. There's also a circuit breaker reimbursement. The state reimburses us for a certain percentage of our out-of-district cost based on a formula that the state has. So that goes into a revolving account, and we spend that money on out-of-district tuitions. And then we also have some grants. There's a couple of special education grants that pay for salaries for some of the special education teachers and ESPs.
Are these all included in the previous Ashland school system budgets?
Not in the general fund budget that you vote here. But every year we have been using those accounts.
Maybe I can be a little more specific. In the $25,457,589 budget that you received last year, were these special education disbursements accounted for within that line item?
The only thing accounted for in that line item is the charges that go against the general fund budget that's voted by town meeting. That does not include circuit breaker or grants.
And which line item is that?
It's not a line item that comes to town meeting.
And where is it that we're funding it then?
There's a revolving account and grant accounts.
Could you be more specific?
I'm not sure how much more specific she can be. She's told you it's coming out of revolving accounts and grant accounts.
Which revolving accounts?
The school department's revolving accounts.
Circuit breaker revolving account and SPED IDA grant.
But is a revolving account not funded out of the school budget?
No, it's not funded out of the school budget.
Where is it funded
The
out of?
circuit breaker is funding by the state. The state reimburses us, and that money goes into a revolving account outside of the budget.
So in other words, there is additional money over and above what we appropriate to you that you're allowed to spend during the course of the year that we don't know anything about. I mean, is basically what you're saying, correct?
It's not brought to town meeting. It's published as part of our reporting during the year. It's published as
Where?
part of our annual report.
And this is available where? On Town Line, on the website?
Yes.
And what would it be, where would I look for it under that?
It's reported out at school committee meetings, so it would be in their minutes.
You just said it was going to be in the budget, excuse me, in your, you just said that it would be listed on the website, it would be in the minutes, and that's the only place that we would find it?
Right, I do reports that go into the school committee minutes.
So we never do have an actual figure of how much the school actually spends, because the only place it shows up is in the minutes. Any additional funds like this?
That's true of revolving accounts for school and town.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Are you approaching, or are you? Oh, you're getting up ahead of steam. Start making your way down. Education on both budgets. All those in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. Opposed? That passes, but not unanimously. Capital, account 1710, non-excluded debt service. Excluded debt service. Account 1930, capital outlay. All those in favor of the budget for excluded debt service, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. And opposed? That passes unanimously. Non-excluded debt service had a hold. Whoever's first.
Julie Nardone, 86 Elliott Street. This went up 27%. Can someone, I think it's probably three things, but can you tell me what these are? And I couldn't, honestly, even in the budget book, maybe I was looking in the wrong place.
So the question is, what is the increase?
What is the increase and what are the projects? What is made up of this?
Mr. Herbert,
Yeah.
or Mr. Whichever.
I'll answer the first part, and then I'll hand it to Michael. The town report and the treasurer-collector report and the town report has a section related to both excluded and non-excluded debt, and lists many of those projects in there. So Michael can address the particulars of this one, though.
Thank you. So there are three projects that came online on our debt service schedule. Again, those are the Amoresco project, the Route 126 project, and the Voice over IP project. Additionally, if you recall, last year we refunded a significant amount of debt, and what that did was, although it increased our annual payment by a little bit, it reduced the total amount of interest that we're going to pay over the life of the loan. So it ends up being a net savings for the town. There's also a couple of principal paydowns associated with some short-term borrowing that we're going to do, so that accounts for all of that increase.
Okay. The borrowing that you do, do you refinance for a longer amount of time or shorter?
I mean, you can refinance for the same amount of time as long as it stays within the confines of Mass General laws. So we're limited to terms for different types of projects based on Mass General laws. When you refund, typically you're looking at shortening the time frame.
Okay. The Amoresco performance contract. This one, okay, I've been told it's budget neutral. I guess my concern is, and I'd like to know, 4 years down the road, who's keeping track that we've got to keep? What is this payment? Is it $170,000 a year? What is the payment?
So the payment is about $220,000. So
Okay.
that is the bond payment. But there's a second part. So we were awarded $3.2 million in qualified energy conservation bonds, which actually refunds a portion of the interest to us.
Right.
So if you see in one of the sections of the budget document, you'll see under the revenue, you'll see something called QECB receipts reserved for $60,000. So you actually have to back that off of the $220,000 payment. In answer to your first question, I will be keeping track of what we're paying versus what we're saving. As part of the performance contract, there's a guarantee as to the energy that we're going to save. If we, do not meet those energy savings, then Amoresco is contractually bound to make up the difference.
Okay. Just so I can understand this, I mean, do you have like a spreadsheet where you write, okay, we saved on electricity, $50. I'm just curious, over time, I guess my concern is that this is going to be forgotten, and then all of a sudden we're going to need an override, and it's going to include this amount.
Yeah, I mean, there's some annual reporting requirements. I keep a number of spreadsheets related to energy. This will certainly be one of them because it's a huge win for the town. It's one of those good news stories we're trying to get out there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rush?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the increase, the 380,000 increase seemed to be kind of high for the projects that were listed as being the cause. Were these new debt items, the Amoresco or the engineering and planning, were they kind of short-term bonds, shorter-term bonds that would have increased the payment, principal payments more so? Or?
So there's two Amoresco related ones. First, we did a short-term borrowing that we needed for cash flow purposes, and then we went out and got the qualified energy conservation bonds. So there's two associated with that. It's the same amount of money. When you do a short-term borrowing, let's just say for a $3.2 million project, you might go and issue bond authorization or bond anticipation notes for $2 million just for the cash flow purposes. When you go and do the full refunding, you'll borrow the full $3.2 million and then pay that $2 million back. So yes, it's those three projects, and again, some of the other projects that we already have debt service associated with, a couple of those annual payments went up a little bit due to the refunding. Again, we're going to be saving interest over the life of the loan. And then there's also, pay downs that we have on principal.
Well, I guess my question was more along the lines of what was the Amoresco and the Route 126? Are they like 10-year notes instead of 20, or?
So, they're 20.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hanna, is this for capital outlay or the non-excluded debt service?
It's capital outlay.
Okay, then I'm going to hang on for a second.
Sure.
All those in favor of 1710 non-excluded debt service, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. And opposed? That is unanimous. Okay, my apologies. Thank you for bringing my attention to that. Capital outlay, Mr. Hanna.
Capital outlay is identified in this lovely document of about $788,000. That's a very good number. It's supported with nothing. And the reason why I say that is there are 22 items that are identified in another piece of paper which identifies each of the items that are capitalized. And then they have what is sent to the selectmen every month. It's called a pay or an invoice approval on a monthly basis. And they get to the account for the capital business, and it comes out in a sheet like this. It's got about 35 entries on it. And just to give you a clue as to what it's like, the first entry is GFI USA Incorporated, then there's about 6 American Express, and then it goes down to Aggregate Industries, and it goes on and on with all these strange names. But it doesn't sum up anywhere to the particular item that's in the capital account. You identify
Mr. Hanna, we're focusing on the FY16 budget,
Yeah.
and my warrant book has a list of 15 items that total $748,267.
And this is the detail that is approved. The invoice approval doesn't track itself down to the particular.
Well, that's outside the scope of the FY16 budget.
Well, it is the FY16 budget, except it's in little pieces.
The FY16 budget is for $748,267.
Yeah.
Included in the warrant is a section that says, for informational purposes, the following capital projects are anticipated to be funded under account 01930 appropriation. The actual vote will approve only the capital outlay appropriation of $748,267. It then goes on to list 15 projects that are contemplated, the amounts for each project totaling $748,267.
That's correct. That's exactly what you've been told. But when it comes to building it.
But we're voting on what's on the warrant.
Well, this is last year's warrant. How's that sound?
But we're voting on this year's warrant.
I'm
If you have a question on the capital outlay of this year's warrant.
I'm a question that the invoices do not tie up to the number.
We're not talking about the invoices tonight.
Oh, I see. You don't care.
It's not that I don't care. It's not on the warrant.
Well, damn it, I'd care if I was going to buy something and I got to
then I would encourage you to make an appointment with either the town accountant,
Oh,
the town
okay.
manager, or the Board of
Absolutely.
Selectmen.
Okay, I guess that's what we're going to do. Well, with that problem solved, that's pretty simple. Just go someplace else and get the information. But there was a person who asked about revolving accounts, just to answer his question.
We're not talking about revolving accounts,
I'm just
Mr.
going to
Hanna.
give people some information. I'm
Then you
loaded
can do
with
it outside
Yeah.
of town meeting if they care to approach you.
Well, just to say that
Mr.
there-
Hanna, do you have anything on account 1930 capital outlay?
Okay, and there's also about 150 accounts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanna. Mr. Guggenheim?
I believe you were actually.
My apologies, Ms. Erdon.
Oh, you can go first. No. Gentlemen first.
How do I do this in a question? As the chair of the Capital Improvements Committee, my question generally is, do we have a way for someone to email us with their available schedule so we can meet and go over certain things?
You don't need to ask that as a question. You can go
Okay.
talk to Mr. Hanna yourself.
Thank you. Send us an email. We'll work around your schedule to ensure that we can get all your questions answered, and I'll make sure all the available parties are there to give you a full explanation of anything. If you'd like to send an email with the questions ahead of time, I can make sure I have the available staff. Thank you.
Ms. Nardone?
I've been saying this for the past couple of town meetings on this particular line item. To make this really open and transparent, these should be either one warrant article or a bunch of separate. I've looked at other towns, and that's how everyone does it. And I also called the Department of Revenue, the bureau that oversees this kind of thing, and I asked him, and he said the same thing. Because this is a lot of money, we little tiny CPA articles we have to all approve here, but we've got this almost, it ends up being $1 million with the fall and now the spring and the fall, and it seems strange to me that people don't want to make this a warrant article. Okay, that said, lease of 91 Main Street, that is not a capital improvement. A lease, rent of part of a building is not a capital improvement. And there's I don't know what you call it, the capital project report that was on the website. It's got its own policy section that conflicts with the town charter. And, you know, in other towns, this capital improvement project committee, whatever you want to call it, it's detailed so that the people in town meeting can have a chance to vote on the amount. Ours is $3,000. It's normally 10, 25, 50. So anyways, I'd like an explanation because this does not match this. And
Ms. Nardone,
Okay.
you'd like an explanation of what? Because I'm not following.
Okay. I can get carried away.
We really haven't noticed that.
It's the actress in me. I would like to know why this partial rental of a building is considered a capital improvement when in any other...
Stop. Let's just get the question answered, because it's a straightforward question. Let's get it answered. Who wants to take a shot?
Oh, no,
Mr.
I
Schiavi.
have the answer. So first of all, it's part of our joint capital policy that the lease of major buildings or facilities or equipment, although maybe not a capital improvement in terms of a betterment, it still is appropriate to put into the capital plan for a couple of reasons. And one of those, very most important one in my mind, is to provide visibility to this community about what the needs are. And I believe you spoke to Mr. Kingsley at the DOR, because we did as well. And he shared with us the answer that he gave you about rent of a building, and in particular, as being appropriate if it was being used as a stopgap measure to a potential future facility, which in this case it is. The other way to do it is to take the lease of the modular classrooms, the lease of the ambulance, the lease of 91 Main Street for police administration, and decrease the capital budget to under $500,000 and bury those in our operating budget, which provides no visibility to the community. I think it's very important that those projects have visibility. It's the appropriate place to do so, because we will eventually need to build a public safety facility, and it brings to light a very important limitation that we have right now in a building that was built in the 1970s, I believe, and is not adequate for today. So Mr. Kingsley also addressed with us the issue about the warrant article and the way that we do it. And he clearly told us that it's not a legal issue. If your town council supports the way the town has been presenting capital, which has been doing long before I got here, that is fine. A DOR, it's not a legal issue to them. Towns have the ability through home rule to determine how they wish to present things. And in a pay-as-you-go system like we have and is shown here, if we do it as separate warrant articles for each item or vote each individual project, if those project estimates come in $1 over what's listed in this book, everything stops until the next town meeting, which can cause, serious impacts in delaying a capital program and certain projects, in this case, that some of those are safety related. In the report that I gave to this town meeting, one of the things I mentioned in there, and the successes and the way that we're doing it in showing the town, the capital program, is we had a large number of projects approved last May, and some again in the fall. And it shows that we have completed nearly every one of those. And the highlight of that is that only one of those projects, at least to date, has come in over budget, but better yet, many of them, through good procurement practices, came in under budget, which allowed us to then go a little bit further down on the list and fund critical safety projects, one being the ozone cooling unit in one of our water treatment plants, replacement of a sewer pump at our sewer pump station, and 2 safety issues at our Cedar Street Fire Station. Because we've now incorporated the schools and have a much more developed capital plan, we draw the line at 748,267, but there are many critical projects below that we're not able to fund. And so by doing it this way and providing the visibility to the community, not only are we completing every project that we said we would and executed exactly the way we said, but we also highlighted those couple of changes that we made through the year for a variety of important reasons. So I think it's absolutely critical. Attorney Mee can speak to this. She's town council in 15 different communities. There's 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts.
Tony, let's wrap it up.
And they
Yeah,
essentially do it all different ways.
I need to respond to that. Can I ask why town council is deciding if the people of Ashland can't have this stuff on a warrant?
not.
Well, I just did.
Okay, well, let's move to the next question.
And 2, the rent conflicts with the town charter. It does not say rent in there. We just make up things here, and we pay people to help us go around them when we spend all this time in this auditorium. And it's really upsetting. I feel like democracy here is just like a joke. Thank you.
Mr. DeSoni.
Got to follow that, okay. Now, first, that what town manager was saying came out of this, right?
Part of what I said came out of that, yes, correct.
Okay.
Mr. DeSoni is referring to a document on capital projects that I believe is on the town website or
can be asked nicely to have. Okay. I'm picking it, but I'm not going to take it apart. It says plan execution, and the capital, above that, rather, excuse me. The committee is looking at a 6-year plan.
Mark, if you're referring to the document in your hand, that's not part of the warrant this evening.
Yes, it is.
It is not part of the warrant this evening.
He was explaining, Mr. Town Manager was explaining from the pay-as-you-go.
That document,
and that's part of the plan.
That document is not part of the warrant this evening. On the warrant this evening is a capital outlay of $748,267, which includes an informational reference to 15 projects that will be completed with that funding.
Are we talking this then?
Even with my glasses, I couldn't see that far.
Well, I know that everything can be colorized, and I'll make this short, but hopefully not that complicated. I'm agreeing with what they're listing for all the police and fire, because it's needed. And I'm also thinking they're using a lot of the water enterprise and sewer enterprise, and why do they need that That's my question.
Your question is about the capital related to water and sewer?
And, away from the police and fire equipment costs and stuff like that, yes.
Okay, but again, Mark, I'm going to short circuit that because there's nothing in this warrant that relates to water and sewer.
It's where the money's coming from.
But that's not the warrant. That's what I'm trying to explain politely, is that you're not referring to the warrant. We're here to discuss the warrant this evening. The document that you're referring to is what actually happened in FY15, the execution or what happened with the money that was appropriated for last year's budget.
Okay,
And
what
those are
happened-
perfectly
okay,
valid
okay,
questions,
okay.
but just not for this evening.
Okay, then what happened to last year's budget?
But we're not here to discuss last year's budget. We're
Then
here to
you
discuss
didn't-
the
then why'd you
FY16.
bring it up? Sir.
Do you have anything else, Mr. DeSoni?
Okay, can I ask about the FY15 capital and special project listings?
You may ask about the FY16 budget and the 15 projects that are listed in the warrant as, for informational purposes, as being utilized with the funding being asked tonight. So the first thing you should do is put that document away and get your warrant. And if you have a question on what's in the warrant, we're happy to answer it if you ask it in the next 15 seconds. Otherwise,
okay,
the document in your hand is not open for discussion this evening.
And then with this, put this away and say, I want a transparent listing of the 16. Thank you.
All those in favor of the budget for account 1930 capital outlay, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. And opposed? That passes. Just a point of information, even though I'm having trouble, I mean, I can see only so far with these things, but I can see a card raised. Some people are raising different color cards. Obviously, it makes no difference in these votes. But if we get to the point of needing to do a standing count, the only card that will be counted is if you're using your orange card. The other cards will not be counted, just so you know. I'll remind you again if we take a standing count, but I wanted to let folks know. Benefits and insurance, 1931 employee retirement, 1915 workers' comp, 1913 unemployment insurance, 1914 employee health fringes, 1915 group health insurance, 1945 other insurance, 1911 employee retirement, 1960 salary contingency, 1132 finance committee reserve fund. Hearing no holds, all those in favor of the unchallenged item, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. And opposed? Passed unanimously. And finally this evening, the enterprise funds. 60450 water enterprise, 60440 sewer enterprise, 62430 trash collection, 63490 field management. Okay, water enterprise.
Water enterprise has $235,000 listed as capital outlay and a $70,000 purchase of equipment. The $352,000 for capital outlay. All of those seem to be listed as a capital project on the document we're not supposed to talk about. But it's not clear what the $70,000 for purchase equipment is.
Mr. Schiavi.
Mr. Manugian?
Mr.
If you could please
Manugian.
come to the microphone, please.
You've been called to the principal's office.
Just, if you can discuss that, so we have the capital outlay, if you can discuss the equipment purchase line and what that is.
For the water?
From the water side.
I'm guessing the same question is for sewer, Ken?
No, actually,
okay,
that
sorry.
one was transparent.
So we're purchasing a vehicle that's a gate valve exercising vehicle?
Dave, a little bit further into the mic.
Okay, so we're purchasing a vehicle that's a gate valve exercising vehicle. I think that's in the document as $45,000. And then, what was your other question?
That's the capital outlay, Dave. There's another line in your budget about, can you just repeat? I don't know.
Purchase of equipment, $70,000.
We just purchased
Purchase of equipment.
My
That's,
understanding
that's
that
a
was
capital outlay also.
they're together.
Right,
What's the
right.
two of those add up to? I'm sorry.
Well,
352?
yeah, well, no, capital outlay is the 352, and then there's an additional 70,000.
That's right.
And
On the
the-
sewer side, the total of capital outlay and purchased equipment add up to the items that are listed in the capital budget for sewer, but we've got this extra 70,000 in the water.
So the 5.8 line items are all capital line items. So if you look at that purchase of equipment line item for water, that's a 5.8 line item. Is that correct? Yeah, I don't have that book
detail
here.
over there,
Both those, so in the water department, we have capital outlay and we have purchase of equipment. Both those line items are capital. So those will be reflected in the capital budget. So if you add those two together, that should equal what they have for the capital budget.
But it doesn't, that's why I'm asking.
That's why we got to this point.
We just talked about it.
Could we do this? Does someone else have a question on, additional questions? I'm not going to leave you hanging, Ken. Does someone else have questions? What I'm going to recommend is that, Dave, you go talk to Ken, see if you have a conversation, not at the microphones, figure out the resolution, come back and tell us, and you can ask the rest of your questions. Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, I have another question on water.
Okay.
So the capital budget had two entries for Southborough water interconnection. One was a grant and the other was 200,000. That was part of the capital outlay budget. And my question is are these items related to Article 17? And if Article 17 doesn't pass, what happens to the $200,000 in this, under this budget?
Mr.
I didn't.
I can answer that.
I'm sorry,
Manoogian.
I was conferring with Mr. Herb.
Mr. Manoogian can answer the question.
In the water department, which is an enterprise fund, we are carrying capital items for certain projects that may or may not happen. This past year, we carried money for Independence Lane water pump booster station. If the money's not spent, it goes back into the enterprise fund. However, we feel because there's a chance of it happening, we want to be prepared for some kind of action if needed.
All right, so if we pass this 200,000, that money is available for no other use than what you're designating it for in the capital budget, or would
Well, in
you then
fact-
be able to spend it on some
No,
other
the
capital
sewer
item?
enterprise, the enterprise funds are similar to the school budget. It's a bottom line budget. So
Okay.
all we have the authority to do here tonight is approve the amount.
All right, I understand, all right. That's all I have on water.
Okay. Sir, do you have a question on water? Or is it on something else? Okay. Dave, why don't you go talk to Ken, and please, just over there. The question was asked publicly, so let's come back and answer it publicly before we continue on.
Gary Ingram, Olive Street. Mr. Moderator, you just stated that the only thing that we can do tonight is vote on the bottom line for the budgets for the 4 enterprise funds. Is that correct?
That's the law, yes.
All right. I suggest that you not do that until you answer or give us a reason why you're transferring money from an enterprise fund, who should retain all expense, input into it, and either move it into a trust.
Sure, I'm going to stop you because that's a frequently asked question, so I'm sure Mr. Schiavi can answer, Mr. Herbert can answer the question right away.
My point, before he starts answering it, is why should I transfer this year $284,995 out of the water budget only to vote an increase of 1.2% or $34,000 in the rates that are going to fund that budget?
I completely understand the question, but
And this is the same thing for all 4 of the accounts.
Understood. And
Right,
as I said, it's quite a question that generally comes up every year, so I'm sure Mr. Herbert has an answer for you. First, Mike, could you please speak to the generality of why there are transfers from the enterprise funds to the general fund, and then after that question has been resolved, we can potentially go back to the level of those. Is that reasonable?
So what you're referring to, that line item is known as indirect costs. With enterprise funds and really any account, you have 2 different types of costs. You have direct costs, things that you can directly attribute to that enterprise fund and activity related to that enterprise fund. And then you have things like indirect costs, which are basically administrative expenses that you can't directly quantify or tie a work order to the enterprise fund. For example, the treasurer collector's office, they do a lot with water and sewer billing, but yet you can't directly attribute their costs to the water or sewer
All
budget.
spelled out in the state law. I read it all.
Exactly. So that's what that line item is referring to.
However, state law does state that you need to account for those costs in a line item, and that's not done here. It's simply a total transfer, and I have no idea of where they're going into the general fund.
Well, it just goes in as a general fund line item for revenue.
No, we have to account for which one of the indirect costs. You need to account for both direct costs and indirect costs, and you have to tell us what these are apportioned to. That's part of the
Okay.
law.
Hang on one second. Ms. Mead, would you like to wade into this, please? Since it's going to get there anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the details of where they are in the budget, but Mr. Herbert, what the law refers to is that you must be able to show in your line items what percentage, for example, of the treasurer collector's office is associated with providing services to the enterprise fund. You don't actually have to show it as a line item in the budget itself, but they need to be able to account for what percentages, and it's a perfect example in the treasurer collector's office. And so their backup budget must be able to tie back to that transferred amount.
I would agree with you, except that what the law states is that we need an accounting of the indirect costs so that we know how they're being apportioned. And that is not being provided to us.
Mr. Skiab.
Yeah, I mean, that information is available, so if you need to look at it, I mean, it's available with Mr. Herbert, has a formula that he uses to account for that, and it's also reviewed by DOR on an annual basis.
We are the
and auditor.
legislative body. It belongs to us. It shouldn't be only available to town government offices.
It's not just available.
It certainly is. Nobody has ever said anything about there being an accounting line by line of which of your general government offices are supplying indirect services to which of the enterprise funds and how these are and how much it's going to cost.
Okay,
I mean, it's
let me
just not being done. It's nobody's ever told me that.
Mr. Herbert, is that data available?
Yes, that data is
Thank you.
available.
I'm sure
So,
it is.
so
I'm
where
sure
we
it should
are
be.
is that council is advising that the law requires that data be available. That data is available. The law does not require, DOR doesn't require it to come before town meeting as the budget process. Mr. Herbert.
I should also add that our auditor and DOR reviews our methodology, and if they have any issues with it, they kick it back and say, no, this doesn't work. So if you're worried about any kind of malfeasance or anything of that nature.
What I'm worried about is the lack of presentation and openness of what these lines all mean to the general public. We're the legislative body. We're supposed to understand what's going on, and I don't understand that when I see a single line item that says money's being taken out, and yet you want more money next year for the same account. I can't understand that. In the case that it's an indirect cost, it makes sense, but give me an accounting of how those indirect costs are apportioned and to which department. And if they're being apportioned, I want to make sure that their department budget is reduced by the amount that the enterprise fund is giving back to them for their time. They have a budget for, let's call it 40 hours a week, and that's what we vote on. Now, if the enterprise fund is paying part of that, then their budget in this should not be for 40 hours a week. It should be for 35 if 5 hours is going to the enterprise fund.
But that's,
Mr. Herbert, you go ahead. You can explain that it comes back in through the revenue line.
It goes back into the revenue line, but what you're talking about is a direct cost. If I can directly attribute something to an enterprise fund, I'll charge it off directly. A good example would be health insurance benefits. Right now it's carried in
Then
as
describe
indirect.
indirect costs for me if that's not a direct cost. I thought the apportionment of a government employee to an enterprise fund like this was an indirect cost to the enterprise, because the enterprise fund, by nature of an enterprise fund, is supposed to be self-sufficient in paying for everything by itself.
I don't disagree.
I think, let me take a stab at this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What benefits is a good example. The benefits related to employees within the water and sewer and rubbish department, actually there are no employees there, are charged directly to that department. But benefits for the treasurer collector's office.
Oh, we're going to include benefits too, not
I
just
would,
time spent.
I would assume, Mike, yes, no?
It's
No?
based on a percentage methodology.
I
so-
need an accounting of that line
Okay.
before I'm going to vote for it. I mean, that's
All
all I
right,
can
then I'm
tell
going to
you.
suggest that you could,
Yeah, I
what you're
understand.
asking for is not unreasonable. It sounds like it is available. So you can obtain it.
I still don't understand the difference between direct and indirect costs, and I am saying right now that the indirect costs that are attributed back to the general fund for the employees need to be accounted for before I'm going to pay them. That's all there is to it, and it should be presented to town meeting what those are. Thank you.
Mr. Rush, did you want to follow up on, we have resolution on that matter?
We did, but I'll leave it to the
Okay,
Department of Water.
I just
Wait,
have.
no, hold on.
Oh,
We're going to
okay.
leave, Dave, you want to explain the issue, please, or the answer to the question?
Currently, there is 352,000 in capital outlay and 70,000 in purchase of equipment. And as far as specifically identified capital projects, there is currently 352,000. So the 70,000 is unallocated specific to capital.
There we go, okay. And, microphone fell. He was back up, Julie,
okay.
so Ken, you want to finish off with other questions you may have had?
Not for water, I'm just waiting for fields management.
Okay, are we talking water?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hanna and I did actually do a public information request asking for a breakdown of the indirect costs, and we were told we couldn't get it like that, that you did I've got the email, so, that you did a percentage based on the total, the non-school budget. You did a percentage, but again, and my understanding is I sent an email to Mr. Manugian. We're paying the assistant town planner out of the Water Enterprise Fund. I have that email too. And I know people can shake their heads, but I've got emails from people that I did keep. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Can someone else go while I
No.
regain my train of thought here?
Anything else on water?
Well, I have something else on water, but I
well,
got so overzealous.
The clock is running out on water.
Oh, okay.
We're on to sewer.
I'll take over sewer.
No, you won't.
Oh, all right, John, you go
I'm not
right
putting
ahead.
money on this one. Mr. Hanna.
I'll see you later. That's right.
Mr. Hanna.
Just to solve a couple of these mysteries, DOD in the Manual of Operating Enterprise Fund states
I
clearly.
don't think the Department of Defense has anything to do with this.
No, did I say defense?
You did.
Well, maybe it is defense, but they decline. They indicate very clearly that when you are dealing with a enterprise fund and a general budget, and you're moving bodies back and forth according to the request of their services, when you get to a 1 hour or 40-hour box where you're getting people for 40 hours, they say you then hire that person and put it in the enterprise fund. Now, we've got $650,000 going back and forth. Now, if that means that we're getting 5 people's effort.
Let me stop you. Mr. Herbert, is there anyone who's working 40 hours a week in the general fund and being charged indirectly through to the enterprise funds?
No.
Okay, thank you. Next
No,
question.
it doesn't have to be a single person. It could be a combination of support that amounts to a 40-hour week. That's when you go and you load it into the asking force. And it's very clear in the warrant.
Mr. Herbert.
So Mr. Hanna and I, we've had this conversation in response to the public records request. In fact, I have your document here. I wanted to give it back to you.
Thank you.
This is the guidance from 1991. I went and got the guidance from 2008.
Hmm?
And they generally say the same thing, but Mr. Hanna, I think one of the things that you're confusing is fund balance and fund surplus with indirects. So any money that's left, so if you have revenue over expenses, right, in a certain enterprise fund, you don't take that money and put it back into the general fund. That money stays within the account.
No, and I'm not even talking at all. I'm talking about when you call up the phone and you call for someone's service, There are a lot of activity in the town where they make out a work order. I call for Harry Brown and I want him for 2 weeks. That is not taking place when the enterprise fund asks for support. They should identify the effort to be solved and the amount of time generated or required to do that. And when you get to 40 hours, then you've got enough effort to hire someone full-time in the enterprise fund and not do that anymore.
And that is a direct cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it goes to a direct cost. And the indirect is still there, but now they're staying at home because they hired somebody to do the job.
Well, you know, we evaluate it as much as we possibly can, what can be attributed to a direct cost and an indirect cost, because, again, we've had this discussion. We absolutely agree on the philosophy that anytime you can basically charge something
Michael, would
directly
you,
to
the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Sorry. It's my soft-spoken voice there. Again, basically, we agree. Anytime you can find a direct cost that you can attribute to the enterprise fund, you should put it in the enterprise fund.
Yes, but that usually is done, Mike, when there's I call them Hessians, because they're
Okay,
little
we're not
low-
going to talk about Hessians tonight. We're going to try to focus on the FY16 budget.
Well, how about the
It
Irishman
sounds
then?
like your conversation is
Okay.
philosophical and operational in detail. So
Well,
we're going to take that philosophical, operational
No, a
question.
Hessian is a service that's provided on part-time. That's all. You'd understand that someday.
I believe me, I understand it.
So-
I also understand that your question is operational in nature and does not relate to the approval of this budget.
Oh, my.
Do you have anything else on the sewer
Well,
budget?
how can I if it's not operational? We just get help that comes in and goes home.
Mr. Kerwin?
Go ahead. John, good luck.
Thanks, Jim. John Kerwin, 21 Hardwick Road. Just a couple of questions on the sewer. We have a line item of $5,637,357. Of that money, how much is that we sending over to Framingham?
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was
Yes.
waiting.
So the Framingham sewer trunk line is 891,000, and then the Herbert Street connection, no relation, is 94,000.
Okay. Has there ever been a look at the bill that they send us to make sure that it's in compliance with the DTE decision of 2003?
Yes, I know we look at it in terms of compliance. There's a couple of different decisions that we evaluated against. There's also flow, things related to flow, et cetera, so yes.
Okay. The understanding was back then it was supposed to be like 12% of operating costs and our portion of the capital.
Capital, yeah.
But it's not supposed to include any of their MWRA assessment.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Speaking of MWRA, of this 5 million plus, how much are we kicking back to them?
2.3 million, a significant expense.
So about half of it. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Sewer, Mark?
Yes.
Okay.
Sewer determined myself with hearing, there's a very slow stirring of a non-listening attitude and chuckling going on. Respect the citizens and don't interrupt, and people in the background, don't chuckle behind their backs.
I think Mr. Gisoni is asking for some decorum, which is entirely appropriate. And thank you, Mark. Anything else on sewer? Moving on to trash. Those both are closed. We're just going to vote all this at once rather than take 4 votes. I know, Mr. Rush, you're hopping up in your seat for trash collection. No. Trash collection. Now closed. Field management.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. $43,000 for permanent positions. Is that for a full-time coordinator or an allocation of time by other DPW personnel?
Mr. Herbert?
So that is actually a good example of the conversation we were just having. Over the course of the year, we found that,
Microphone, please.
Sorry, my apologies.
Tony, would you duct tape that to his front?
We don't want that to happen, trust me. So that 43,000, again, over the course of FY15, we found that this one employee is working more in the fields department than we originally anticipated. So as a result, that is a direct cost. We are putting that into the enterprise fund.
But this isn't necessarily his full pay?
No, it's not his full pay. No.
All right, and this is mostly for him rather than 2 or 3 others?
Correct.
I see, thank you.
We are now voting on the 4 enterprise funds. All those in favor of the budgets as presented, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. And you sure, Julie? Opposed? That passes nearly unanimously, but not unanimously. It is now time for part 2 of the budget conversation, wherein we vote the budget language. This is presented in your warrant. However, because of its importance, I'm going to read it to you. The motion, I will be entertaining a motion that the town approve the following balanced budget totaling $61,523,213. A, for the general fund, that the following amounts be transferred from the respective accounts. Village of the Americas, $50,250. Recreation revolving, $30,000. And just a reminder, it says surplus, but it was a Scrivener's error. It should say revolving, $30,000. Staples receipts reserved, $30,000. Dog licenses, $25,000. Sale of cemetery lots, $25,000. Overlay surplus, $200,000. And that the balance be raised and appropriated, $51,324,723. B, for the Water Enterprise Fund, the $2,943,008 be raised to the water rates. C, for the Sewer Enterprise Funds, that $5,637,357 be raised to the sewer rates. D, for the Rubbish Collection Enterprise Fund, that $1,162,650 be raised to the solid waste rates. E, for the Fields Management Enterprise Fund, that $95,225 be raised through the fields fees for field usage. Do I have such a motion? Second. Thank you. All those in favor, orange cards, please. Thank you very much. Opposed? That passes, but not unanimously. We have a budget for next year, hopefully. We'll move on to some other financial articles. Article 4, creation of the SPED Special Purpose Stabilization Account sponsored by the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee. To see if the town will vote in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, to create a special education SPED stabilization account for the purpose of providing additional funding as necessary for matters related to the out-of-district placement of special education students for the school department, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote. The creation of the SPED Stabilization Fund will help the schools to manage this variable and unknown out-of-district SPED placement expense this year and in future years, while allowing the town oversight and minimal impact on the town's stabilization levels. Ms. Greaves and Mr. Adams. What? Pardon? Did someone? There's nothing to hold. There's. Ms. Greaves, go ahead.
Yep. So as we were having our budget discussions, the school had some high needs, and it was decided amongst the 3 boards that rather than just pull this straight out of our stabilization fund and have it as a one-time hit to our budget, it was determined that by creating a special stabilization fund just for these special ed costs, it would help in that the schools will have to come back before town meeting to be able to use these funds. And Mr. Adams is going to go into more detail.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So we're obligated not only morally but legally to be educating all children from ages 3, for special ed students from ages 3 through 22. And there are services that we cannot provide within our town. So we have students who attend other schools. They're referred to as out-of-district students. Out-of-district placements is the term that we'll use here. And in so doing, we anticipate these costs have been rising dramatically over the past 5 years. And in an attempt to be as transparent as possible, we have a number that we're looking at of $464,000. That's what we anticipate of an increased cost next year for out-of-district special education costs. And in order to be as transparent and not pull that amount into our budget, we're recommending, as Winchester has done, as Belmont and some other towns, of creating a special ed stabilization fund where we have to come back and ask for those funds at town meeting. And again, as you know, if you pass just an overall budget for the schools, we would have those funds in our operating budget. To the school committee and myself, I think being as transparent as possible, if that number came in at 200,000 and those funds were available in our general operating budget, that 264,000 would be able to be spent as we wish. I think for us to be as transparent, let's pull that out, create a fund where we have to come back and ask the citizens. They are legal obligations. And do we expect those funds to be spent? Yes. But it's sort of like the snow and ice removal, just to give an example, a comparison. We don't know what it's going to be like. We don't have, it could be $500,000, it could be $250,000. So every day we're looking at that number.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cruz and Mr. Adams. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town create a special education stabilization account in accordance with General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, for the purpose of providing additional funding as necessary for matters related to the out-of-district placement of special education students for the school department. Do I have such a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
Yes, this is nothing new that we
Can you
have a
please
special
introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not everyone knows.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Yes.
If I could do that, please. Name and address, please.
What?
Your name and your address.
My name is Martin Acevedo, 77 Warren Road.
Thank you.
Ashland, Massachusetts. Okay, this is just a budgetary maneuver. The need for special ed out of the district is nothing new. That always has been part of the school budget. So this is just an expedient move for budgetary purposes between the town and the school department. What I see that there's no need for us to create this special education stabilization account, because this traditionally has been and always has been part of the school department budget. I don't know how this new move stands under Charter 766, special education, and you guys are going to create a special account. We heard recently, just a minute ago, about the revolving account that the school has for these purposes, for the out-of-district education. Now, you told me you can never predict how much is going to be spent. You have children from 7th grade all the way up through high school who have special needs, and you know what the needs are, and you know what those people, those children need as maybe out of district. So don't tell me you cannot predict that is some magic number that suddenly appears out of the sky, falls up on our heads. So we know what the needs are. We know what the budgetary needs are. So this is nothing new within the school committee budget. Now, the reason why I oppose this, because in the next Article 5, it says that it requires 2/3 approval for any transfer of monies. We know that the families with special need children are suffering. It's nothing casual for them. So you mean that those people have to come with their families where, by this article, we're ignoring the human factor, how those families are affected, how the special needs kids are affected. So you mean that those people had to come at town meeting and beg for the budget to be able to have the kids attend out of the district school? I'm totally opposed to this. It's just a budgetary maneuver. You have to consider those families and the children, and you know the track record of the kids from the kindergarten all the way up, what their needs are. Okay, so I oppose, request that this article be defeated.
Mr. Adams, would you just speak to the fact that people don't have to come to town meeting to fight for money, please?
It requires 2/3 approval, town meeting. So it means that the families have to come here and attend town meeting to vote for the budget.
Mr. Adams, would you please address that?
Yeah, sir.
Or Ms. Tosti, whomever, Ms. Tosti? I just can't see that far.
The families would not have to come and ask for the money themselves. We would be engaging in the process similar to what we're doing now. The school committee with the other boards here would be making the request, and the voters would be voting on it, and the money's set aside so that we can ensure that it's there for those needs. So we're trying to protect that money for that purpose. And I did want to also address the your point about how we should be able to predict it, and unfortunately that is very far from the truth. Students are moving in and out of Ashland all the time, and we have no control over whether somebody moves in with a special need that we then need to address right away. It happens frequently, and it happens in the other direction as well. People might move out, or they might move out of a program. So it's not just happening here in Ashland. If you research it, it's happening all over the state, and it's one of the reasons why the state is reviewing Chapter 70, for instance, because the special education costs have gone through the roof for pretty much everybody, and they are so difficult to predict. And, you know, sometimes from school committee meeting to school committee meeting, our financial situation can change by $100,000 or more because somebody moved in or somebody moved out. So unfortunately, it is very unpredictable.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Statistically,
We're going to move on to the next speaker.
Statistically,
We are going to move on to the next speaker.
Statistically, that can predict.
Would you please sit down?
Oh, should I go home again?
That's up to you.
Gary Ingram, Olive Street. Point of order first, Mr. Moderator. I have guidelines from the state that states that the creation of the fund has to be by a 2/3 vote, not just the funding of it.
Let us check on that, please. Do you have another question?
I have questions, yes.
Okay, please, go forward with them, and we'll have council check on that.
Given my former question during the school department's budget request, and finding out that they have revolving accounts, which I have no idea of how much is in there because it's the school budget. Obviously, it's rather circumspect in how they handle it, and grant money, then I would suggest instead of taking money out of our general fund to fund something like this, if we create it, and I'm opposed to that, that we require them to place all revolving account money and all grant money into this stabilization fund.
Okay, I'm going to just stop you for a second, because that would be more appropriate for the next article's conversation.
It may be, but the creation of the fund is what's going to lead to the next article, and as such, I think it's germane that we know how to appropriate it. The other thing that we seem to be, or is at least according to the wording here, is that we're funding it one time, and yet I have a direct quote in the town document that was published pertaining to basically the state, where the finance director states, we anticipate revising our reserve fund policy so as to help sustain it going forward. All of a sudden, now I'm going to be funding a school department budget item out of my general funds, and that's, if you take the amount that's involved, at least in this one, and add it to the amount that you're already suggesting as a school increase in their budget, instead of the line item of 3-point-something%, it now becomes 5.5% that you're raising the school budget. This is a backdoor school budget increase, not even getting around to talking to the amount of money that we're supposed to be saving if our Amoresco comes in and the utilities are down. So I have a problem with creating this unless it's much more well thought out on how it's going to be funded and not taking it out of the general fund.
Okay, give me a moment, please. Council concurs that it would take 2/3 to create this or any other stabilization account. Sorry, pal that. Preston.
Preston Crowe, 41 Rockwood Drive. Am I correct in understanding in looking at Article 4 and Article 5 that if essentially what this is doing is creating another stabilization fund that town meeting has just as much control over as the existing stabilization fund, putting some of the money from the general stabilization fund into this special purpose one, and then we're going to come back at fall town meeting when we know how much money we actually need for special education and get that out of this other stabilization fund. We could just as easily not have these two articles and at fall town meeting ask for that same amount out of the general purpose stabilization fund. It's just being a little more honest and upfront now that we expect to have something around this amount in the fall. Is that really a fair summarization of what's
I
going on?
see about 5 or 6 heads up
Yes.
front bobbing like bobbleheads.
Okay, thank you.
Vilma Brunel, 10 Rodman Road. I am a little confused as to what is the benefit of taking it out of the school budget and switching.
So the question is, why, essentially, why do this, not just leave it the way it is?
Right.
Mr. Adams?
From our perspective, again, it's about transparency. We don't know. We're anticipating these costs, but truly they fluctuate day in and day out. As Chairwoman Tosti stated, we have students moving in, we have students moving out. This is our best guess at this point in time. And I don't feel comfortable throwing a number into a budget that we're just guessing on. And that's truly what we are at this point.
I understand that, but what I'm still not understanding is why we're switching it. Why does, I mean,
What? Mr. Herbert had his hand up first.
Everybody hear me? Okay. So
This time.
Okay. So the benefits of putting it in a stabilization fund is, as Mr. Adams stated, these costs are volatile. And I can't get into the specifics of, individuals, but literally the day before the tri-board decided on this approach, these costs were $100,000 more. So if we had gone with that number, a $550,000 number, and put that in the regular budget, and then it turns out that the costs were only $460,000.
the regular school budget?
The regular school budget, I should say, operating budget, and the costs were actually $450,000, then you then have $100,000 tied up, essentially, and that's going to go on the tax rate. This way, it allows you, as Mr. Adams and the rest of the folks have stated, transparency. It allows us to, again, kind of get a better assessment of what our costs are throughout the year, and then, actually ask for funding to pay for those costs, and again, not have any extra money tied up that, could be unnecessary at the time.
What if it was the opposite effect? Wishful thinking. Where would the money go?
So if we have less expenses than we do in the well, that's the beauty of the stabilization fund. It stays in the stabilization fund.
For what purpose? To be used?
For out-of-district special education
Only for
funds.
special ed?
Correct.
And the difference is that if it stays within the school budget, the extra money would go to
It could be go. It could
anything within the school system,
Exactly.
which is not a bad idea either. Then we wouldn't have to go to the Proposition 2.5 and other issues. And that's my point, exactly. I mean, I don't mind if the money stays for special ed, but if it doesn't, I'd want to see it go to the school and not another town project.
Well, it won't. It'll stay in the stabilization fund.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Featherston?
John Featherston, 98 Heritage Avenue. And, I applaud the school committee and the superintendent for bringing this forward. As a former selectman, I know the strains of the budgets in the town, but more importantly, as a parent of a now adult special needs child, I hate to always come to town meeting and disagree with Martin, but you can never guess what the needs are. The needs of my now 17, almost 18-year-old son, who was educated extremely well in the school system, you could not predict the cost of when I put them in the school system at the age of 3 and then moved away, and they thought they were done with the Featherstons, and then we moved back, that anticipated cost wasn't there. This forward thinking and transparency should be applauded. And the strain on special needs families in this community are only going to get worse. So I totally support this article, and I thank you for your vision.
You know, before town meeting, we have little conversations up here. Geez, what are the articles that are going to generate a lot of conversation? This really wasn't one of them we expected to.
Hi, Tina Fatanides, 54 Stagecoach Drive. Wanted to applaud you for your efforts for transparency and for, recognizing the funding needs of families with special needs students. But my concern is that this is going to create an uphill battle for families who do need these out-of-district placements. So if there is a need for the school committee to come to the town to ask for money for these funds, is it going to inhibit the ability of IEP teams of the school administrations to approve these placements? Like, is it going to put an extra hurdle for these families to jump over to get the services their students need?
Mr. Adams.
No, ma'am. The process will still be the exact same. The team meetings will occur. We will deliver the services each child needs.
Even if the money's not in the stabilization account?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're not going to have
We're going to have to. We have to by law.
I know you
Yeah.
do it by law, but in terms of how it was presented, it sounded like you needed to come to the town to ask for the money to do that. So it sounded like an extra approval process.
We will. It is. It's an extra approval process at the next town meeting. The point is that cost is so volatile, as Mr. Herbert stated.
Yeah.
So we want to be, when we come before the town, we want to make sure we have an accurate number. And this is one way for us to do this.
Okay, thank you.
If you're not at the mic now, I'm going to ask you not to come to the mic on this article. In line is fine, if you're not in line.
Okay.
Senator?
I watch a lot of shows on cable and read a lot of minutes, and I think there's a simple explanation for this based on what I've watched or heard. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I thought that I heard that we were doing this to help with the bond rating, and it would be more, I don't think I would make this up, that if you put it in the account, that it would just help the bond rating. And if that's the reason, I mean, why don't we just say so instead of beating around the bush?
Ms. Greaves.
So the reason we're doing this, and they've spoken a little bit about it, is rather than...
Yolanda, that mic a little closer, please.
Sure. Rather than taking the money out of our stabilization fund, putting it in the school budget as a one-time hit to the budget, we are creating this special stabilization fund to have these funds available should they need them. We are not, it's just a way for you to have more transparency. So you can say, okay, now we're going to take these monies out of the stabilization fund, and if they don't need all of them, they will sit there, and then the next year they'll be sitting there available for when they need them. So it's really going to help our bottom line in that we're not just taking money out of the stabilization fund at an amount that the schools think they need. And as was said already, when we discussed this amount, their amount needed for out-of-district placement was $100,000 higher. Had we pulled all of that from the stabilization fund and given them the $500,000 into the school budget, had they not needed it, there would have been no more discussion at town meeting floor what would happen with the money they didn't need or didn't use. They would use it at their discretion, which the school committee has the right to do. So we work together as 3 boards to say, okay, rather than just pulling the $500,000 out of our stabilization fund, we're going to put it in a special stabilization fund so that we have another say as to when they get those funds.
And last question.
Joel Arbeitman, Woodridge Lane. You know, I think we're conflating 2 different things here. I'm very supportive of fully funding special needs requirements. That's not what this question is, as far as I understand it. This really is a lot more an accounting question. And I don't think we should confuse the two. I don't like this article, and I'm going to say why. It seems to me Mr. Adams has stated that the goal here is transparency. I think we have less transparency here. I just don't understand. If we asked you to go back and look at the school line item, 3.88% increase from what we had already voted, and I asked you what the total increase for school funding is, I don't see that number, where it's invisible. If it had been either part of the school budget or even as a stabilization fund, if we showed adding that in the actual outlay when we determine what the actual needs are each year, if we showed that in some way that we could have visibility and clarity to what the actual school budget is, including this. It's not a question of whether we should spend on this. It's a question that we cannot see the actual spending for school-related expenses. It's in two different places. So I'd like to understand this better.
Okay, Mr.
So
Schiavi, and then we'll move on.
I think some of the confusion lies. The actual school budget that is in there, that is the actual school budget. That is their budget.
Okay.
So I think what Mr. Adams was getting across is for all the special needs students in Ashland that are out of district that they know of are all included in his budget. This fund is for only for students that they don't know yet. So again, if you had put this into the school budget, then it's inflated perhaps, right? Because you're not going to necessarily know who the people moving in and who the people moving out. So what's reflected right here is what they actually know, and it's their actual budget. So this stabilization fund is, for the purpose, is in its name. It's how to stabilize that fluctuation that they see throughout the year as students move in and students move out. In response to Ms. Nardone's question about the comment on the bond rating, is that when it's not to improve our bond rating, it was the comments were around the types of things that the bond rating agencies look at when they evaluate a community, to look at how you address the types of costs that can fluctuate. And this is done in a number of communities, and they applaud communities for taking this approach because it helps to stabilize. And also to have some funds set aside for students that may move into the district during the school year that require out-of-district placement. There's a way to pay for that, and it's through this stabilization fund. So there is a difference. All of his known students that they know about are all accounted for completely in his budget. These are for the ones that they don't know about.
So each year, the stabilization fund might be adjusted up or down based on the actual experience?
That's correct. So, and as Mr. Adams builds programs to keep more of our students in Ashland and keep our Ashland students in Ashland, eventually, hopefully, this could actually go away as he builds, because I think it's a great approach, that we want to keep our kids in Ashland and build programs for their needs that don't require as much out-of-district placement. So over time, this is going to change.
So the annual fluctuations to the stabilization fund, once we know the actual experience, be it up or down, would be reflected in that current year's or the subsequent years, whatever it is, in the school budget.
In the end of the year budget, it'll be known. So
there would be that line item for the school budget itself.
That transfer, right, if they do it in May, which I think they'll look at in May, because most of those costs will be known by then, right? They would come back to town meeting, explain that we've had this ups and downs in students, we need $150,000. That gets transferred over out of the stabilization into their current year budget, which would be FY16. And I'm sure when Ms. Durant closes out her books, that will be reflected as part of their operating, the year-end closeout for FY16 on what they actually needed to spend.
Okay, thank you.
Joe,
Okay.
may I-
Mr. Adams, last point.
I just want to jump in here because I do want to clarify something. We have identified a number of these students that potentially could be outplaced. So this isn't just students who may be coming into the district. These are students that through a team process, we have, again, that's why it can fluctuate so much, is we have students within our district that are going through a process currently that we may identify as having to be outplaced. They're not currently, but they might be. And that's really a critical piece too. It's not just students who are moving in. We have students that we've identified that are going through a process at this point in time. And that includes students who are currently outplaced, where we go through the same process, and some of those students do return to our district. That's why it becomes that volatile amount.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. We have a motion on the floor. It's been made and seconded. I'll start with a show of cards. This will require a 2/3. All those in favor of Article, believe it or not, 4, raise your cards. Thank you.
The core of their moderator, don't lose yourself.
Mr. DeSoni, I would ask the same of you.
Definitely.
I'm supposed to be up here.
Yeah, but-
All those opposed? I declare 2/3 that passes. And just for everyone here, to state the obvious, I hope we don't have plans next Monday because we'll be back. The question is, how late will we be back? The more we get done tonight, the less we have to do then. Article 5, transfer of funds from stabilization fund to the brand-new SPED Special Purpose Stabilization Account, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee, to see if the town will transfer $464,000 from the stabilization fund, account 84100, to the SPED Stabilization Account, which doesn't yet have a number, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town transfer $464,000 from the stabilization fund. Once the SPED Stabilization Fund is established and funded, a 2/3 vote by town meeting will be required to move funds in or out of the account. Do we really need a discussion, an explanation on this? I think we've got it on. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town transfer $464,000 from the stabilization fund account 84100 to the SPED stabilization account. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Anders, thank you. Discussion. So close. Mr. Rush.
Just a quick one. The 464,000, you mentioned how the amount can fluctuate, and then there was a $100,000 difference even, the day before this vote was taken. How recent is this number?
Mr. Adams.
It's pretty accurate as of today. We review it weekly. So, yeah, again, it is so volatile, we do review it weekly because it's impacting this year's budget as well in terms of the FY15.
All right, thank you.
That's right.
Susan Mickey, Leech Lane. My question has to do with the town meetings that are required for this approval. Is this going to mean extra town meetings?
No, any approvals required of this will be handled under our May annual town meeting or our special fall town meeting. We always have a special fall town meeting.
Okay, so there wouldn't be extra meetings that would
No.
relate a cost?
No.
Okay.
On the motion made and seconded, this will require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you very much. And opposed? I declare 2/3 on that. And because you've all indicated such an interest in stabilization funds, we've got a couple more coming for you. But we're not creating anything new. Oh, sorry, I lied. Article 6, transfer of OPEB stabilization funds to OPEB trust fund sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. To see if the town will vote to transfer an amount of money from the OPEB stabilization fund to the OPEB trust fund, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the transfer of $500,000 from the OPEB stabilization fund to the OPEB trust fund. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, town meeting voters. As the Finance Committee described earlier in the report, these are steps that the town and town meeting have taken to fund our liabilities, our OPEB, other post-employment benefit liabilities. In 2012, we created the stabilization fund. In 2014, we created the trust fund, and we're looking to transfer the monies from stabilization to the trust, and it requires your vote. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town transfer $500,000 from the OPEB stabilization fund to the OPEB trust fund. Do I have such a motion? Is there a second? Thank you. Discussion, Mr. Hanna.
Just a quick one. That subject about the pensions for all our ex-employees. I would strongly recommend that we form a committee of, if it's CPA guys or guys heavy in the accounting world, to determine just exactly what this final number is, or how far away are we from the number. Because we've been told 35 million, we've been told 24 million. We ought to find out what kind of million is probably a real target.
You're right. I think Mr. Herbert has that answer. Oh, Mr. Schiavi, sorry.
Yeah, so every 2 years, they review our our OPEB liability. So the last one was done 2 years ago, was approximately $24 million. There'll be another one review done this summer, and we expect it to go down a little bit, primarily because of the GIC move for healthcare. So the OPEB, other post-employment benefits, primarily for healthcare for our retirees, not pensions.
Do you have a date into the future as to when this starts to hit? Like a 20, is it that a 20-year window?
So do you mean when we start incurring actual expenses from it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 24 million is 2060 or?
Well, most of the employees that are hired now are they're funding their pensions, I think, fully. It's for employees that, before there was a change, those are the retirees that, this is related to. So, with recent changes in the law, we have to now report this liability on our financial documents.
Tony, I think the question is more around not the liability, but when do we actually start paying cash out towards the liability? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yes. The idea is, how much do you think we have to fix into an annual gift to the particular trust on an annual basis for how many years before we begin to have a rolling amount that's gathering interest as well, so that we can meet our obligations, whether it's next 15 years or the next 25 years. But it's got to be a standard, some sort of a...
Mr. Herbert, I'm just going to say Mr. Manager from now on, and you two can decide who's going to speak.
So we don't have a full funding schedule yet, like you would with a pension.
Yeah.
So our pension is scheduled to be fully funded in 2038, and our pension payments are in line with that. Currently, we're paying for health care for retirees as well, which is, it's about 20% actually of our health insurance budget. And that is expected to grow over the years. I think right now it's about $2,500 per employee is what's known as our annual required contribution to be fully funded at that time. So I think part of the OPEB trust, one of the things that we will look at over the coming years, actually establishing a schedule, again, by 2038 or something.
Okay, so that means we'll know what a standard contribution is over that time, so we can keep putting it in there and not drawing it back out.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine, you guys are all right.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Could you enlighten me as to the purpose of moving it into the trust fund? What happens to it in the trust fund that couldn't happen to it in the stabilization fund?
Mr. Schiavi.
Well, a couple of things. First, the stabilization fund or the OPEB trust fund can have better returns on investment in terms of growth, in terms of how you invest that money. The other thing is the stabilization fund. Obviously, we can get access to that. The trust funds, once it's into the trust, that money is in there for that purpose. And so, we took a dual approach initially to start the stabilization fund as a way to begin it, and then we established the trust. The trust is a much better, much more recognized way to put money aside for OPEB, not necessarily the stabilization fund. So now we're actually transferring it over really into the best instrument possible.
Would we be getting rid of the stabilization fund and then funding the trust each year once we get a better handle on the amounts?
Mr. Schiavi.
Well, I think our plan is to continue with a dual approach. And when we spoke with the rating agency, they, again, were very complimentary about having a dual approach to addressing OPEB. And eventually we'll continue to perhaps put money in one and then money in the other. And, obviously we'll come to town meeting to explain why we're doing that. But at this point, it's to get it over, as much of it over into the trust. We have about $773,000 right now in the OPEB stabilization fund, and we're moving over $500,000 this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. This will require a 2/3 majority. On the motion to transfer $500,000 from the OPEB stabilization fund to the OPEB trust fund, all those in favor, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. Opposed? That, I declare a 2/3 on that. And the last stabilization item, Article 7, creation of capital stabilization account sponsored by the Capital Improvement Committee. To see the town will vote in accordance with General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, to create a capital project stabilization account for the purpose of funding projects and related engineering and design service costs in the town, and to transfer funds from the capital and special projects account number 1930 to the capital project stabilization account, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote to create the account and transfer $10,000 from the capital and special project account. This stabilization account will allow any remaining funds that are unused to go towards future capital needs rather than being returned to free cash each year. Once the capital stabilization fund is established and funded, a 2/3 vote by town meeting will be required to move the funds in and out of the account. Mr. Guggenheim. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
There's not so much to say because the stabilization account works much like the schools, and we went over that in great detail, but this will allow us to not have to worry so much about having excess and transferring it back to free cash. We can put it somewhere where we can hold on to it for future expenses, any kind of smoothing out some of the capital costs, as well as adding the fact that it will require 2/3 majority to transfer money out of that in case there's a large purchase and things of that nature. I don't want to get too much detail about it because it's a lot like the other ones.
Thank you, Mr. Guggenheim. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town create a capital project stabilization account for the purpose of funding capital projects and related engineering and design service costs in the town, and transfer $10,000 from the capital and special projects account number 01930 to the capital project stabilization account. Do I have such a motion? Thank you. Discussion, Mr. DeSoni.
Okay, Mark Sony. This is about my fifth time on borderline coming up. Is there a $10,000? Is there a list of where that money's going to?
Mr. Scabby.
No, there's no list. That's why it's going to be put into the stabilization fund, and then if there's a capital need or a capital project at some point in the future, and we want access to that money to pay for it, that's when it would be explained about what the purpose would be for pulling money out and what project or what purchase it would go for.
Okay, and is there there's no set prices on things you're going to buy year to year. Does that adjust to the stabilization, or you got to put in more, or does it work as a straight line budget line?
Well, again, if we needed to have an article to take money out of capital stabilization, it would clearly state what the purpose was, the amount, and the amount for that purpose. I can't read the future, so I don't know what that use would be yet. That's why we're putting money into a stabilization account to perhaps meet some need in the future.
So it's just like with these sped accounts, the same thing for this?
Similar, yes.
Okay. Mr. Rush, before I get to you, I just see a lot of movement, people in and out, and I'm not asking you not to move around, but I just want to make it clear that we will be getting to solar this evening. There are 5 solar articles, and they will be addressed this evening. So if you're here for solar, you might want to hang around. MWRA, not so much. Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So let me see if I can, if you can clarify this article for me. In the future, if we create this stabilization account, we'll be voting at each budget cycle some amount of money to go into the stabilization account, and then in a separate article, withdraw the money to be used on those capital those capital items designated for that year. And it can fluctuate up and down, but the money we'll put in each year will be relatively constant. Is that the plan?
Mr. Scabby.
So I shouldn't say the intent. I mean, it's not for sure yet whether we'll actually put money in every year, but if the opportunity presents itself to put money in, this year what we're doing is it's money that, because we did such a good job on the FY15 projects, there was some, capital appropriation from the town, $10,000 that we want to now put into a savings account for capital. It may be an instance where we put money in a particular year, say in November, which was probably when it would happen. And then if there was a project that was specifically needed to access that amount, then that would be in a separate article and the town would then vote on that.
So the regular budget items would be voted pretty much the same way we voted them tonight. Part of the operating budget, here's what we think we're going to spend, and here's what we want you to vote for.
For specific pay-as-you-go, that's correct. And then if there was something specific to the stabilization fund that we need, that would be in its own separate article.
All right, thank you.
Gary?
Gary Ingram, Olive Street. Mr. Moderator, so basically what we're saying in that case is with the creation of this stabilization account, the line item that was 1930 out of the town budget, which we previously voted on, which had an objection to bundling all of the projects in one. If we allow this stabilization fund, each one of the projects that comes out of the capital improvements budget and the stabilization fund will be voted on individually, thereby changing?
No, I think what they're trying to do here is they're trying to create, as Mr. Schiava said, a savings account. They saved $10,000 this year. They spent $10,000 less than they budgeted. So they want to take that $10,000 and rather than having to go back to free cash, they want to create this account and put it in a stabilization account for some future capital need. And as you are well aware, if it's in a stabilization fund, it requires 2/3 to come out. There may be additions every year, there may not, but anything that comes out would have to be identified specifically and voted here. I don't think the intent, actually I know the intent is not to change the appropriation in general.
I understand the intent, but now you have two different spots that you're taking money for one thing. And as such, the juggling and the confusion that it can cause is rather onerous to the normal people that, you know, don't deal with it on an everyday basis. You need to basically either take all your capital projects out of a capital stabilization fund, fund it each year with the intended amount from the project, and then vote the individual items, or you don't need a stabilization fund. I just feel that it's rather difficult to, you know, figure out what's coming from which pocket, and if it's coming from two pockets, sometimes we're doubling up or we're increasing it without actually being shown as an increase. So that's my thoughts.
Sir?
James Morrissey, 76 Voyagers Lane. I just had a simple procedural question as to why this creation and funding is being unified in a single article, whereas the special education stabilization account required two articles, one for creation and a separate one for funding.
I'll see if I can get an answer. Mr. Schiavi, Ms. Mead?
I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I'm not sure there's any particular reason why not. This is just how we ended up crafting this particular article. I think you could do it either way.
My guess is if the number were 100,000, it might have been done differently. Ms. Nardone?
I just have, I guess, one point of order. Mr. Moderator, I know I've said this before. I get a little concerned when you start answering questions for people. I just feel like, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I just feel like the Finance Committee should be answering these questions, or somebody over here, and I know you can do this great in your sleep, but...
Ms. Nardone, my job is to make things clear up here, and when I see a question answered that has been answered in multiple different ways, it's part of my job to summarize that and give it back. I'm sorry if you don't feel that's part of my job.
Okay, it just seems like it should be somebody else.
You've made that clear.
Yeah, okay. I would like to see all the capital money in the stabilization fund so that we would have to come here and get approval. So let's put it all in here. Thank you.
Sir?
Yeah, Steve Morgan, 136 Concord Street. I support stabilization funds in general. I think they're a good tool for business and for government. In this case, I don't support this. I'm suggesting people don't vote in favor of this, and the reason that I think this is the case is that this is a small amount of money. You know, every business and government routinely deals with annual capital budgets. It's a regular thing. A lot of energy and a lot of time is spent on capital budgets earlier in the meeting and at other times. I think there's absolutely no reason to make the financials here more complicated, because this is not a significant amount of money, and all it does is open up questions. because it doesn't tell you what this is for. Presumably, this is for projects people think of after the end of the capital cycle because they haven't got their project in and they want some small amount of money to get started before the thing has been approved. That's what I think is going on here, because it happens all the time in business. If you don't get your project in, you wait a year. This seems like a way to avoid the problem that everybody has, which is get your project defined, get it approved, or wait another year. And so I would suggest we vote against this. We don't need a more complicated financial situation with capital projects. Thank you.
Jake, I'll let you address that after.
Well, I'm actually going to probably
Yeah,
address it. My name is Alexis Christopher. I live at 435 Captain Ames, and I'm on the Capital Improvement Committee.
I should put my glasses on.
And
Sorry.
this was we talked about this, and this was our solution about what to do with the money that was left over for FY15. And what we did, we can either turn it to free cash, or we can use it because we understand that we're going to be asked to fund, coming time in the next few years, to do some studies for new buildings or for different things. And we thought that this was a nice way to start building up that amount of money. And as far as it looking for a project that somebody's not going to get in, we've already looked at over 200 this year, and we ranked them, and we came up with what we wanted, or what we could do. This is not a way to get around the process at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we will move to a vote on the motion. All those, this will require 2/3. All those in favor, actually, you know what? All those opposed, please raise your cards. I declare 2/3, that passes. Article 8, beginning. I can absolutely do that. I can do that. Article 8, add the House Street landfill to the solar overlay district sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. This is the first of 5 articles we have this evening on solar. Some of the later articles are contingent upon these first 1 or 2 articles. My sense is that the presentation will go forward first. And
Mr. Moderator?
point of order, confers.
Could you please explain how something that only has votes against it needs a 2/3 votes and passes? I just don't understand.
Could you please come to the microphone so I can hear you?
Sure. I'm just confused. Janet Platt, 11 Rodman Road. Can you just explain, please, how something that didn't get any votes for it, but needs a 2/3 vote, and did have votes against it, passed? I don't understand.
Your point is a fair one. Your point is a fair one. So I will go back and ask for the positive votes for Article 7. You're welcome. I declare a 2/3 margin and Article 7 passes. And my apologies, because you are correct. Article 8, as I was saying, there are 5 articles here. There'll be a presentation up front. What I'd like to try to do is ensure the conversation relates to the article that we're talking about. We've got power agreements, we've got zoning, we've got control of the landfill. Because there are 5 separate articles, I'd like the discussion to center on whatever article we're talking about and leave discussion of the other articles till later. Otherwise, we could be here until tomorrow morning and not get this straight. Does everybody understand that? Okay. So, Article 8, add House Street landfill to the solar overlay district sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. To see if the town will vote to amend the town of Ashland zoning map dated May 7, 2014 by making the following changes thereto. Amend the town of Ashland zoning map by expanding the photovoltaic installations overlay district to include map 12 and parcel 0223 as more fully set forth on the map on record in the town clerk's office, or take any other action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends that the town so vote. This change in zoning will allow for the creation of a new, sustainable revenue stream for the town. The potential future income from this project will benefit both the schools and general government. The change is consistent with Ashland's designation as a Massachusetts green community and will further reduce the town's carbon footprint and emissions. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and again, thank you, town meeting voters. I can direct your attention to the screen, Tony, if you could go to the next slide. I will be assisted this evening by Mr. Herbert and by the chair of our Sustainability Committee, Tricia Kendall. There are also representatives here. I believe Jim Daler from Amoresco is here, and I understand that Beth Goldblatt, our energy consultant, is available to answer questions as well. Next slide, please, Tony. The Board of Selectmen is sponsoring Article 8 and are asking for your support for its passage. Because Article 8 is a zoning change, passage requires a 2/3 majority vote by this town meeting. Next slide, Tony. It's also important to note that if this passes this evening, this is just the first step in several other steps that need to occur, both on a local and a state level, via our Conservation Commission and our Planning Board, as well as the Department of Environmental Protection. Next, please. For those of you who may not be familiar with the landfill location, this is just an aerial view. It shows some of the site relative to Corderville Road, relative to the Hopkinton Reservoir, and the abutting neighborhoods. Next, please. What we're proposing tonight is a ground-mounted solar array. This is a snapshot of the projected financial benefits over a 20-year life of the project. Finance Director Herbert will more fully explain the revenue and the saving streams. Next, please. The next slide represents the primary features of the installation on the former landfill. Amoresco will be able to answer more construction-specific questions relative to the install. Next, please. We've put together a couple slides thanks to the town clerk's office for providing the information about a little bit about the background of the property. And the town acquired the land from Mrs. Henrietta Howes in 1938, the 1938 town meeting. It was purchased for the sum of $2,500, and if I could read directly from the minutes of that town meeting, said price to be paid at a figure not to exceed $300 per year until the total sum of $2,500 shall have been paid. So I guess we would have been under budget constraints for quite a while. I'm not sure if Mr. Hanna was at that town meeting, but just for his edification, the monies came out of the General Highways Repairs Fund. So in 1940, it was acquired originally as a gravel pit. In 1940, the closure of an existing landfill required the transfer to the Howe Street location as a landfill. And it was used up until 1978, when the Board of Health then started the closure process, which was completed between 1978 and 1983. It was officially approved closed by the DEP in 1993. And since that time, there's been additional DEP required work that's been required, and there's still remaining work that needs to be done. Next slide, please. And that requires paperwork, final paperwork to be completed with the DEP, and then the fencing that would be needed to maintain the integrity of the cap once it's fully approved by DEP. At this point, I would like to turn over the presentation to Mr. Herbert.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I think the question we have now is, how can this property be more than a landfill with a fence around it? And, there's a number of benefits and types of benefits that come through a project like this. First of all, there are the educational benefits, Amoresco puts together a pretty robust education package that they can deliver to the public and through the schools. There's obviously sustainability benefits associated with this, but I'm here to talk about the financial benefits. Next slide, please. Yes. So we expect the financial impact to be conservatively estimated at $3.5 million over 20 years. Now, this is a $2 million facility that we will have to provide no funding for up front to build. Amoresco will build it and carry the cost of that. The financial benefits come in the form of, or two different forms, I should say. First of all is a lower power purchase rate for energy. The second is equalized tax payments over the life of the 20-year period. Roughly, so for the first year, the energy savings are expected to be between, we're looking at $130,000 or approximately $130,000 in energy savings for this project. The tax benefits will be $12,500. The way we calculated the 3.5 cumulative number is we estimated energy prices rising at a rate of 2% per year. Historically, the average has been closer to 3%. Next slide, please. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot. When you look at $150,000 in the scope of a $61 million budget that we just passed, it seems pretty small. But I can't emphasize enough how much it can impact our budget and impact the services that we can deliver. You take this little small slice of pie, again, $130,000 in energy savings, and what can we do with that? Well, I'm going to bring it back to just a very specific example, to the Warren article we talked about I guess now a couple of hours ago. If you notice in our street lighting budget, we were able to reduce that, and instead of paying $25,000 extra in street lighting, we were able to put that money towards other things, like 2 firefighters. We're going to be able to do the same thing with the savings that we realize through this project as well. Next slide, please. Another example of how maybe what seems like a small amount of number can provide a very big service impact benefit is the meals tax, which was passed in fall of 2013. It's a 0.75% tax on meals, raises about $200,000 annually. But what are we able to do with that? First of all, we're able to do the Route 126 design and engineering. It pays the debt service associated with that. We're actually in line to receive up to $13 million in state funding to redo that stretch of highway, Route 126. We would not be in the queue for that if it were not for the meals tax and the ability to fund the engineering associated with it. The senior center, we've been able to expand programming, expand the outreach director's hours at the senior center, providing numerous services that we haven't been able to provide in this community since the deepest economic recession that we've seen in almost 100 years. The library, it keeps the library open an additional 5 hours per week. This is the first time in 7 years that our library has not had to be on state waivers. Just to explain that briefly, we're required to fund the library at a certain percentage. If we do not, we have to get a waiver from the state in order for it to be accredited. We've been on waivers for 7 years. With money from the meals tax, we've been able to keep the library open longer and again, come off state waivers. We've also been able to put more money towards our materials line, again, something that's been historically underfunded. And then finally, the meals tax goes to fund economic development work, which has been a goal of the town managers and an initiative of the town managers because it's a long-term vision, it's a long-term impact. By funding economic development activities now, we hope to see more commercial growth in Ashland over the next few years, which will again help us provide a more robust and sustainable economic foundation for the town. So at this point in time, I'd like to hand it over to Tricia Kendall, who's the chair of the Sustainability Committee.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the town's relationship with Amoresco, which will be the company that would both provide the funding and the implementation of the solar system. Our history with Amoresco isn't new. The Sustainability Committee was preceded by the Green Committee in Ashland, which helped us to become a green community. At that time, we started working with Amoresco on a preliminary energy audit, which eventually turned into the performance contract that we looked at town meeting last year at this time, last May. Next slide, please. So we began working with Amoresco in 2012. At least the Sustainability Committee did. The town was working with us. Part of that process was first the preliminary energy audit, and then we went into a more detailed audit in order to get all the information we needed for the performance contract to present to the town. Meanwhile, as that process was happening, the town also began to ask Amoresco to check out the possibility for solar power here in Ashland. So next slide, please. So that was in 2014 that Amoresco started to check out all the various sites of town-owned property that might be suitable for solar power. They found that the House Street landfill and the middle school were both suitable sites and began checking out those sites. And as you know, they're both in process today, and the things that we're talking about with this series of warrant articles. The performance contract with Amoresco was authorized at the last town meeting in May. So those are the things that are going on to improve the energy performance in our schools and other town buildings. And next slide, please. And we continue to work with Amoresco on those projects. This is showing a little bit about Amoresco itself. It may already be familiar to you from last year's discussion that Amoresco is headquartered in Framingham. You may see their signs when you go into the Framingham-Natick area. They have extensive experience with solar arrays, including, well, all around Massachusetts, including the ones that are being developed right along the Mass Pike. You've probably seen their signs. And extensive experience also on landfills, including communities like Weston, which also backs up to very expensive homes in residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. These are completed landfill solar array projects that Amoresco has in Massachusetts, including some nearby towns like Sudbury, but also Lowell, Acton, and Braintree, where they have gone through the entire process of putting a solar array on a landfill. And next slide. One of the things that sustainability does, besides dealing with Sustainability Committee besides dealing with energy reduction in Ashland, besides dealing with trying to get more green energy production to lower our carbon footprint as a town and provide extra sources of revenue to Ashland, is that we all are very concerned with the residents. We're very concerned about green space and open space and preservation and everything else that goes along with being a sustainable community. It has really many different roles, and our committee is very diverse in what they bring to these type of issues. So in looking at the aesthetic value of that street does become very important to our committee. The things that we want to note on that is the plan, the commitment to making that sidewalk along the current landfill an even better experience than it is today. We're looking at how we can put on buffered vegetative buffer. It could take the form of a berm. It could take other forms in order to change that sidewalk. We understand that it's a scenic road, and we respect the regulations that have to do with that. Scenic, of course, isn't really defined in this regulation, but can be defined in different ways by different people. No trees are going to be cut down in this process. In fact, we hope to be planting a lot more trees. No historic walls will be taken down, and the stone walls that are already in place can be completely maintained or rearranged or done something different as the town and the residents feel they would like along that street. It's very flexible. And finally, Amoresco works with actually individual homeowners in the town. They're doing this currently in Weston right now, going to individual homeowners' houses, looking at their view, working with them to try to find a solution that's acceptable to the homeowner. I know these are big changes. It's a big change for anyone when something new goes up next door, but Amoresco and the town of Ashland and the Sustainability Committee are very dedicated to making beautiful streets. That's part of, I think it's a win-win for everybody. If you can just click on that slide again, Tony. And the image has moved forward a little bit, and with the contrast in the room, it's a little difficult to see, but it's trying to imagine that sidewalk along House Street as something potentially a little bit different, something maybe a little bit better even than it is today. At least that's always the hope we have in the Sustainability Committee, that we're going 1 + 1 = 3 and not 1 + 1 = 2. And one more slide, please. This might take a series of clicks. What we're hoping to do in the end is to take this label of House Street landfill and to kind of re-envision it, make it something different. That landfill isn't ever going to go away, but we can start to picture it as something different, and maybe we start to talk about the House Street solar array rather than the House Street landfill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To allow, excuse me, to allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town amend the Town of Ashland zoning map dated May 7th, 2014 by making the following changes thereto. Amend the Town of Ashland zoning map by expanding the photovoltaic installations overlay district to include map 12 and parcel 0223. Do I have such a motion? Second. Is there a second? Okay, a few things before. Sorry. Apologies. I need a report from the planning board from, please.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Nat Strasberg, Town Planner. The report from the Planning Board is as follows. The Planning Board held a public hearing on April 28th, 2015, advertised in the Metro West Daily News on April 14th, 2015, and on April 21st, 2015, and took a vote to recommend that town meeting approve warrant Article 8, which proposes that the photovoltaic installations overlay district, which was originally approved by town meeting in the fall of 2013, be expanded, as said previously, to include map 12 parcel number 0223 as more fully set forth on the map on record in the town clerk's office. And if I may, an overlay district typically overlays part or parts of one or more zoning districts, and within an overlay, a new use is permitted that would not otherwise be permitted. Within the boundaries of Ashland's photovoltaic installations overlay district, the construction of large-scale photovoltaic installations is permitted, subject, of course, to regulatory review. Ashland's photovoltaic installations overlay district currently overlays Ashland's industrial zone and portions of the rail transit district. The proposal here is to expand the overlay district so that it includes 102 House Street. And as a visual reference, on the wall just outside of this auditorium are two maps. Actually one map, which shows where the extension would be. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion made and seconded. A few comments before we get started with discussion. First off, just a reminder that this article relates to zoning only. I know there are other aspects to this that people probably want to have conversations about, but those are in later warrant articles. I'd like to try to focus as much as possible the conversation strictly on zoning. I know there'll be some spillover. Second, I expect that there will be I expect that significant interest in this article will result in a healthy discussion. To ensure that we're able to hear from the greatest number of people, each speaker will be limited to one turn at the microphone during this article and 1 minute during that turn. Time spent receiving an answer to a question asked will not count towards the time limit. And finally, we have a long tradition here in Ashland of hearing from our younger residents who have not yet attained the right to vote. We have some high school students here that wanted to speak, and it is a school night, so unless there's a major objection, I'm going to let them come to the microphone and speak their piece and then go home and get to bed.
Would they get the same minute time limit?
Yes, they will. Fair is fair.
Christine Graham, Leland Farm Road, and a science teacher at the high school. I would like to personally show my support for all of the solar power articles, as I believe it's our responsibility as people who use energy to find sources of energy that don't cause environmental and human health problems. Relying on coal and oil and natural gas, as we do in our town, for energy causes these problems, while solar power does not. The traditional fossil fuel energy provides no town funds, while solar power does. However, as these energy decisions will affect the future more so than today, I'd like to introduce two Ashland High School students who, though non-voting members, have persevered tonight and have independently prepared.
As everyone here.
Yes, absolutely. Have independently prepared a statement to share with you all.
And Mrs. Graham is an Ashland resident, so we'll start your 1 minute now, ladies.
Hi, I'm Keely Caveney. We are here on behalf of our AP Environmental Science class to promote installing solar panels above the high school parking lot and on the Howe Street landfill. We believe that getting solar panels is not only the best choice for the environment, but will also benefit the town as well. Ashland High School is known as a green school, and getting solar panels would further add to Ashland's positive, environmentally friendly reputation. In 2013, the high school alone used 1.58 million kilowatt hours of electricity coming from mostly coal and natural gas. 1.58 million kilowatt hours causes 3.3 million pounds of CO2 pollution from coal, or 1.9 million pounds of CO2 pollution from natural gas. With solar panels, there will be no CO2 produced and released into the atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, which means that it absorbs infrared radiation coming off the Earth and makes it warmer. This is what causes global climate change. As well as the location of solar panels could not be more ideal, a landfill has no other use, and using it for renewable energy is the most beneficial cause for a landfill. Weighing the pros and cons of solar panels and not being visually appealing should be the least of everyone's worries. We know that global climate change may not be visually evident during your lifetime, but your children and grandchildren will certainly feel the effects. Please keep the environment, the future, and the town in mind while making your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Ashland education at work. Well spoken. Good job, Mr. Adams. Mr. DeSoni.
I want to push my time to Mr. Malcolm Smart.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm reserving my minute and giving it to Malcolm Smart.
Thank you very much. I'm Malcolm Smart, 43 Raymond Way, Ashland. Board of Health member for 9 years, living through this episode.
Malcolm, I'm going to just stop you for a second. Can someone please move the microphone a little bit closer and lower down for him so that we can all hear him?
How's that? Is that better? Yes, I spent 9 years with the Board of Health living through episodes like this and the state requirements for that landfill. The question is, the Board of Health has the requirements under the general laws and general things of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for responsibility and liability for the safe and well-being of the community. The landfill was a 21E hazardous waste site and is registered as a hazardous waste site. So there are a lot of questions that come down the line as to what is coming off. The history there, historical message there was good, but it wasn't complete. It's a situation now that the Board of Health had control and liability for the safety of this and making sure the monitoring and recording of the data and of all of the hazards done on a 2-year or 3-year basis. Now the question is, who is going to be managing, who's going to be responsible for it, who's going to make sure that the reliability is set up so that it doesn't interfere and that it can function and be in the safe interest for the town. But the main thing is that it is a 21E site, a hazardous waste site. It is being monitored for the local resident safety. And the question is that the Board of Health has to have a major play in this as well, not so much the solar array.
That's time.
I think this is something that's very important. That should be
That's time, Mr. Smart.
Thank you very much for your time.
I was having trouble making out a little bit of what Mr. Smart was saying, but I believe he was discussing or asking about responsibilities of the Board of Health as it relates to the landfill, which are entirely appropriate questions, and that's something that I'm going to reserve a question for until Article 9, which discusses specifically the responsibility of the landfill. Okay? On an administrative matter, with all due respect, folks, we're not going to reserve time for each other. You have a minute to speak. If someone else wants to speak, they can speak for a minute. Mr. Zoni, your minute was used by Mr. Smart, as well as his own. Sir?
Point of order.
2 minutes, Mark.
Point of order. You can't, because I passed my minute as a good person, courteous person.
And I gave him your minute and his minute for a total of 2 minutes.
But my minute was not even acknowledged, as to say, you're on the clock.
Mark, have a seat, please.
No.
Sir?
So I'll just go real quick. My name is Fernando Esteverena. I'm a new resident to Ashland. I live on 12 Pinecrest Lane, which is going to be directly across the street from this monstrosity on those charts. I don't buy what you're selling. There's no way to package up what you're talking about and make it look pretty. If you haven't been there, you should go check it out. There's no way that it's going to look good. Zoning, this is like right next to the gas works, just down the street from the gas works. I'm concerned that my property value will go down. So it's starting to look like an industrial zone. Think industrial zone, and that's what that corner of Ashland's going to start to look like. It already looks that way. So I'm totally against this, and I love solar, but not in my neighborhood, and I have my concerns as well about Amoresco and the claims of 5 million over 20 years. Most of the discussion, with all due respect, Mr. Herbert, was talked about, how to spend the money.
That's time.
Meal tax, library, but that has nothing to do with the actual numbers. Look at Harvey's Farm in Westboro.
That's time, sir.
I understand, Mr. Moderator, but I'm taking my time. It's my first time in town hall, and all due respect.
I'm sorry, sir, but there are a lot of people in this room who would like to speak,
Complete.
and we'd like to give them all time.
Complete.
No. Joel? Joel? He's done. No, I'm sorry.
I felt kicked
sir,
out,
no,
so
I wasn't speaking.
I wasn't done. I just want to be respectful.
I was not referring to you, sir.
Okay.
I was Mr. Joel was referring to the gentleman in front of him. I apologize. Joel, I understand.
Okay.
Joel, you are done, Mark. You've had your minute,
No,
and you
I
gave it to
didn't.
Malcolm.
No, I didn't.
Mark?
I gave it to him as a common courtesy. Can't you put yourself in the place of a citizen instead
I
of being
can
a
see
monitor?
several citizens lined up and 300 citizens who may want to speak this evening.
And I'm one of them. I'm a registered voter. I got a right to say, no matter what time it is.
Actually, yes, he did. Mark, fine. Take 20 seconds and be done.
20 seconds, okay. I'll be quick then. Zoning bylaws, special permits, they all got to go by. DEP, EPA, final blessings. Thank you.
Joel.
Joel Arbeitman, Woodridge Lane. You know, there are a lot of things that come up in Ashland where one person or one neighborhood is competing, in a sense, with what may be in the best interest of the town, looking at the bigger picture. And we need to respect both of those things, not just one of them. This is a big deal. You know, our homes are very important to each of us. And this isn't a small matter. The zoning code for the overlay district, I'm just going to read 5 words. 5 words. The buffering from the unsightliness that, whether you perceive it as unsightly or not, this gentleman did, and many residents do. The zoning code says sufficiently buffered from residential neighbors. That's not a very clear phrase, sufficiently buffered. And so I am going to support this article, but I really want to see the planning board, who's going to ultimately say what the buffering is. I'm going to trust them. They heard the pleas from these residents to do more, to do better. And I'm concerned that I have also heard frequently that these things don't always go smoothly. So I hope that it does this time and that we support the local residents as well. Thank you.
Kate Grangine, 41 Indian Brook Road. The meals tax is a burden that's borne by all Ashland residents equally. This is not that. I speak as a resident of this neighborhood, the neighborhood that will be most affected by this project. It's a pretty and desirable neighborhood, a neighborhood I had hoped to move to when I was looking for a house. This project will change the character of the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood of children and yards and porches, and it's not an appropriate setting for a high voltage, industrially zoned site. These people bought their homes thinking this land would never be developed. Certainly not that they would have to wake up and drink their coffee and put their children to bed while looking at rows upon rows of photovoltaic panels. This project failed at town meeting in November, and I am frankly very surprised that we're even talking about it right now. The way this has moved through town government should give all of us pause. If you think the town cannot put an industrial site in your neighborhood, I'm here to tell you they think they can. I've watched this pushed through many board meetings in town under pressure from town management, despite great controversy and serious reservations on the part of town officials and residents. This will have serious repercussions for some of your fellow residents, and I want you to think about your own families and your own homes and the blood, sweat, and tears that you put into buying your homes or the homes that you want to buy. Because the people who live in this neighborhood are not obstacles. They're not problems to be dealt with and brushed aside. They are people trying to protect their most precious investments. Thank you.
Folks, can we please contain the outbursts? Sir?
Gary Ingram, Olive Street, Ashland. I find 1 minute to be a little short for some of these things, but let me try and get through as fast as possible. In the general laws of the town of the state of Massachusetts, Section 40A zoning, Section 3, one of the lines states, no zoning ordinance or bylaw shall prohibit or unreasonably regulate the installation of solar energy systems or the building of structures that facilitate the collection of solar energy, except where necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. In zoning, Chapter 3, it also states, excuse me, no zoning or ordinance or bylaw shall prohibit or unnecessarily regulate the installation of solar energy systems or the building of structures that facilitate the collection, except where necessary to protect. It's just a reiteration. Under the zoning in Chapter 40A, Section 9B, solar access, and it's rather lengthy, but it comes down to the fact that this chapter encourages the use of solar systems and protects solar access by regulation of the orientation of streets, lots, buildings, minimum building height requirements, minimum building setback requirements, limitations on the type, height, and placement of vegetation, and other provisions. Basically, I could go through the rest of it, but it comes down to the fact that you can grant, or you will be granting by putting this in, a easement over, a light easement over all properties that surround this that could potentially affect it. They have the right to cut down public trees and do trimming, and they have the right to cut down and require that you take down your own trees. You can't build any buildings that are going to... Basically, what you're doing is you're sticking a solar array. We have to have solar. There's no two ways about it. We're not going to live if we don't. But you're sticking it in a residential neighborhood. There are other places for it. I was told, well, we've looked at them, but we dismissed them. Well, how about instead letting the populace of the town of Ashland hear about those alternatives, what the impediments are, what the cost would be to remove those impediments before we thrust this onto a residential neighborhood that should be maintained as a residential neighborhood. I find this whole thing to be just, any piece of property the town owns is subject to getting an overlay district now. And there's nothing we can do about it. If you can spot zone one parcel of land in a neighborhood, then you can have it any place to happen. If you wanted to put a solar farm someplace, then it should be contiguous with the solar overlay district that we already have, not taking that district and moving someplace else. It just doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
But before you start, could someone just move that mic back up so people don't have to continuously bend down?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Zach Reagan, 41 Indian Brook Road, and my home directly abuts this House Street landfill. Now, I'm a big fan of sustainable energy. However, the House Street and Indian Brook neighborhoods that are going to be affected by this are residential. They're full of children and not appropriate for a solar array overlay. The solar array will have a big impact on my home values, the character of the neighborhood, and further, the construction risks damaging the landfill cap, which could further contaminate the groundwater in that area. So in closing, I wouldn't presume to inflict something so unwanted on my street upon any of my fellow Ashland residents, and I hope you won't do that to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nardone?
Basically, we're selling our soul to the devil here. If this solar farm in the middle of a quiet neighborhood were good for Ashland's soul, the people who've been championing it would not have to resort to political horse trading, manipulation, and exaggeration. There is a coming problem with the grid that people don't understand. We could end up owing money, millions. The grid cannot handle all this solar. Electricity is not meant to go both ways. And people are putting solar on their roofs and finding out they're having to pay $200 on top of what they were paying before. I went to Weston, I grabbed my mother, and we went on an adventure to Weston. And let me tell you that what you're describing is not what I saw. You go across 117, right there you take a left, by the railroad tracks, by an industrial granite place, you go through the commuter rail lot into their recycling center where everyone's dropping off their stuff. It's a giant hill, and they're gonna put the array on the plateau on the top. On one side, besides 117 and the railroad tracks, you've got the reservoir, and then 95 and Route 20, and this so-called part that backs up to a neighborhood. Well, first of all, you can't even get, it takes a while to even get there, and these people aren't gonna see anything because it's probably 1,000 feet away. You are talking about 50 feet, probably from here to maybe Mrs. Tosti. That is so close. You're acting like this is far. This is practically in your living room. I think what we have seen here is absolutely horrible. And as far as sustainability, if I email the Sustainability Committee, it not only goes to that committee, but it goes to the 2 town managers. And this has been...
Wrap it up, Julie, please.
I just think this has been terrible, and this doesn't happen to other committees.
Sir?
Matt Bond, 76 Independence Lane. I'm all for sustainable energy and funding education, but I'm concerned that we might be doing that at the expense of some of our fellow residents in this town. One of the things I noticed was missing from the presentation was any sort of data on what this proposed project might do to the home values of the direct abutters. Does that data exist? And can we see it?
Mr. I know I read something about that. Mr. Herbert?
So there's no data available related to
So
the
no,
effect of...
in no place
Could-
in this
could we let
entire
him
country
finish?
was something similar done?
Could we let him finish the answer
No,
to
I'm
the
sorry,
question?
I was just asking another question.
No, there is nothing. We have scoured,
Okay.
as many sources as we could to find, good qualitative or quantitative data, I should say, on the effect of this on home values. The only thing we can find is wind turbines and wind turbines' effect on home values. I think what we found actually is, if you look at home sales in that neighborhood, you will see, and this is, the fact that this project could go in is pretty well known by now. You're actually seeing homes sell for over asking price. I don't know if anybody else has
it's
similar-
not currently there.
No, but
Well, that doesn't really make any sense.
people are certainly aware that there's a possibility it could be.
It might
there.
not be though. Like they could.
It might not be.
You
It
know,
might not be.
like someone could come in to buy the house and not be told at all that this is going.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Could we?
It has to be disclosed.
I'm just asking.
Could we let Mr. Herbert finish his answer unless he's finished, and then we can go back to your time?
I believe something like that, the fact that it could be there would need to be disclosed on any kind of home seller's report. I would defer to the real estate agents.
Would you like to finish your time, sir?
Yeah, so I guess my other question would be, since this is a Board of Selectmen sponsored project, did you guys do any sort of assessment with a real estate agent or anything like that to see what it would do to home values? And if not, why?
Okay. Well, Mr. Mitchell?
Because it could potentially affect residents of the town.
Sure, absolutely. And I think that was brought up certainly in every meeting that I attended, and there was quite a few of them. And the source of information that I went to, and it's available to all residents. It comes from the Clean Energy Center through the state, and they talk specifically about property values. I'm not going to read the entire reference to it, but it does state, bottom line, no research was found specific to ground-mounted solar, PV, and property values. Now, this was done across the country, and again, that's the best information that I found.
So essentially,
we
don't have any
real
data.
Definite data that is been documented at this point in time.
Can I speak to that too?
No, sir, you may not.
I'm almost done.
Because I'm on the
without any
sustainability
data.
committee, we looked into this. So I'm.
All right, I'm sorry, you're responding. If you want to respond to the question, absolutely. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, we looked into this. I was tasked with researching this both times when this came up. Again, the closest comparison in terms of large-scale studies is wind. And they've done studies. They did study the impact of wind on home values in Massachusetts, which came out in 2014. They looked at 122,000 home sales in the vicinity of wind turbines, a lot of them within 1 mile. And they found no link. Yeah,
what's the vicinity
within 1 mile
we're talking
and larger.
here?
All vicinity. So
like in this particular project, what's the vicinity?
So this vicinity is 50 feet to
that doesn't
probably
seem so
500.
relevant then.
No, it's relevant. I mean, wind turbines actually have a bigger impact on people nearby to them than photovoltaic, arguably, because there's motion. In some cases these are very dramatic changes to the views. I'm just speaking to what the data has found.
Sometimes something a mile away you can't even see.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish what I have here.
Okay, sorry.
Basically they found no impacts even in the rate of home sales. What they did find is that before the turbine was constructed, sometimes there was a slight dip in home sales that correlated, probably because of perceptions of the project. And once the project was completed, there was no dip. It leveled out. So basically, if you're thinking of selling your home because you hate this project, I would wait until after it's in, because once it is in, people will see that it's safe, it's not causing any adverse impacts on lifestyle, and you can go on enjoying yourself. And in fact, the review process this project will go through with the DEP will actually give an extra level of security about the landfill, because people who buy there now have a question mark about what is happening with this. It has to go through DEP review before it can be built there, which after that is done, people will look at it and say, okay, well, this is safe enough for a solar array. So, as we were saying, this is turning what is a landmark, what is a landfill, into a solar array. It's a transformation.
Thank you.
Stop. Can we just stop? Would you please?
12. My name is Matt Marshquist, 12 Weston Road. I'm on the sustainability.
He's a member of the Sustainability Committee, which is why he was able to exceed any time limit on that. He was answering a question.
Thank you. I think the answer I got is there's not really any relevant data. So from a moral and an ethical standpoint, I can't vote for this. It might hurt my fellow residents, and I'm not willing to do that. Thank you.
Okay. So before we go into any questions, I'm not stopping anything here. There is a handout in the back, I'm not sure how many there are, with answers to many of the questions that have already been asked here. And while I have no intention of saying, well, you can't answer that question, ask that question, it's on the list, there are already a lot of answers out that have already been published. I would encourage folks to take a look at the packages to the extent we have enough of them back there. And you were next.
Hi, Wendy Syatt, 115 Independence Lane. So I don't live in the House Street neighborhood. At the town vote in November, I wasn't educated on the topic of the House Street landfill. And to me, the idea of solar sounds positive. And at that town meeting, my neighbors and I were sitting together in the auditorium, and we said this is exactly what happened to us on Independence Lane with the Robert Hill Way project. No abutter notifications until things were well underway with a set plan in motion, reports of attending meetings with people feeling like their voices were not heard. When it was put to a vote, if you were here, you saw it was a very interesting situation with a recount, but the article did not pass. So now it is brought back to a vote, but states that this will affect the funding of our children's education. Well, nothing like putting us in quite the predicament. As a mom of 3 children in the Ashland school system, that is my #1 priority. But something doesn't feel right about this. It's a situation that causes division among our town instead of cohesiveness. I think about how I would feel if they were saying that a project in my neighborhood will determine the cutbacks and funding in the education of our children. What really doesn't feel right is that we voted it down, but then it comes back to a vote. We voted down the MWRA connection, and now that comes back to a vote tonight. So do our votes matter, or does it continue to come back to a vote until the desired outcome is achieved? So my question is, when something is voted down, how and why is it presented again for a vote?
Okay, why don't we get the legal answer into what's allowable first, and then we can get a more operational answer. Ms. Mead?
Unless there's a statutory impediment to bringing something back for a vote, anything can be brought back as many times as the town meeting is presented to it on a warrant. In the case of a zoning article, Chapter 48, Section 5 specifically says that if a zoning article fails at a town meeting, it can't be brought back for 2 years unless there's a positive recommendation of the planning board. And that has occurred, and that's why the report of the planning board was heard before that. Other than that, unless your charter or bylaw prohibits it, most all warrant articles, whether defeated or not, may be brought back as many times as the town desires that to occur.
Okay, now that's the legal answer, and why don't we get a town management answer?
So the one thing you failed to leave out on your list is the high school, right? It failed. It got reworked and got brought back, and we have a brand new high school. So, you know, when you have an article that fails, you know, you go back and you do a root cause analysis, the way I look at it, and determine what happened. We had questions related to health and safety. The Board of Health didn't have an opportunity to you know, have enough information to make an important vote about that. We worked through that between November and this town meeting. The Board of Health has made a vote to release the top of the landfill. We did additional work related to screening and collecting of data to answer some of the questions that came up. So there's an opportunity to do that, just like we did with the high school. So, I mean, each case needs to stand on its own merit, but that was the reason that this came back, and it's the reason why the MWA will come back that we'll talk about on Monday.
I understand that. Thanks for your response, and we just want to know that our votes count.
Sure, they do.
Mr. Guggenheim?
So I have a couple questions. One, the first speaker said something that it's a hazardous waste dump. Is that correct?
We went through the 21E process. I think in our research, and I think there was some information out there about whether or not Nyanza dumped any of their colorant into the plant, and at least from what we could find and from DEP, that is not the case. But most dumps have things in them that we all put in them. And so the reason that they're capped is to prevent, you know, leachate from getting into the groundwater.
And when you Google Ashland, and when I bought a house here 3 years ago, that's what came up. Other question, it is getting a giant fence around it with or without solar. Is that correct?
Well, one of the things, there hasn't been a decision on that yet, but that we heard through this process from a lot of folks that are residents in that area as well of concern about the security at the top of the landfill. I myself, I'm not sure I've seen one that did not have a fence around it. There has been folks that have driven vehicles on it and so forth. We've spent a lot of money to reshape the cap. And so there's a safety issue there that I think needs to be addressed because it creates liability on this community if somebody goes out there with no fencing or anything else and does damage to that cap. That becomes the town's responsibility and liability when that happens, and to make those repairs. And so, you know, from our feeling is that it should have a fence around it. We've heard from numerous residents that feel the same way.
So from a resident who would Google it, and whether or not it is a hazardous waste dump or not, when you Google it, it is, right? Because the internet said so, and I'm buying a house. It's getting a fence around it, probably either way, from my estimation of what was said. And it's being transferred to a solar power thing where in Cambridge and people are sticking it on their homes, and it's all over the place. In Vermont, they stick it on sticks in their front yard. Like, I understand the hesitance on some of the housing values. I myself were having development behind my house, but from someone who purchased his house recently, going from a hazardous waste fenced-in landfill to a solar panel farm, I'm with a fence, I'm unsure. And then the final thing is to Julie's statement about the having to pay $200 a month for the solar panels on the roof and the system not being able to take the electricity back. I actually can cite that article. It is true. They are upgrading the grid because it's failing both ways. And the people who got, from articles I've read, who've had to pay money due to solar has more to do with the PFA contracts and the financing and less to do with the whoopsie, it's solar. So anyway.
Okay, let's wrap it up. Thank you. Preston?
All right, Preston Crowe, 41 Rockwood Drive. What this all boils down to is the aesthetics in the neighborhood and whether the impact on the neighborhood outweighs the benefit to the town. People have cited a number of businesses on House Street. There's only one that's really in the immediate area. It's, I believe, Ashland Construction, but it's well screened and unobtrusive. And what we want for the solar array is for it to be well screened and unobtrusive. From the zoning standpoint, when it goes back to the planning board for the special permit, we can ensure that, particularly from the view from House Street. I believe that when this is built, this will look better from House Street than what we will get if it's not built with just a raw chain link fence put up, which is probably what we're getting. The view from Indian Brook will be much more challenging. The view from residents who are up on the hill looking down on this, that will be more challenging. There are some parts of this that are where people are going to look out and they will see the solar panels. I don't believe it is as large a detriment as people are making out, and I think in the long term this is the right decision for the town, and I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe. Ms. Greenstein?
Jane Greenstein, 5 Sandstone Way. I respect the feelings of the abutters. I have a slightly different perspective as not a direct abutter, but the resident whose well found the trichloroethylene contamination. And my family and my children drank that water for many years. It's carcinogenic. I was advised by the lab that did the testing that you shouldn't even touch it. You shouldn't water your lawn with it. You shouldn't bathe in it, let alone drink it. I have a personal investment in wanting the town to find a way to redeem this land. That is very important. We can leave it the way it is. It's poisoned. It's not just a landfill. And the water that is underneath the bedrock of that is still poisoned. So we have an opportunity to do something different, to redeem it, to turn it around, and to say there's a bigger value here than how it looks. I do respect that this is a complicated issue, but I really ask everybody to think about what that land is. It's not a pristine field. It's not even attractive from my perspective, but whether I think that or not really doesn't matter. It is not a field. It is not a place where animals roam wild and naturally. It is poisoned, and we're going to have to do something about it. And the last thing I would really advocate is no matter what happens with the solar array, we absolutely have to protect that, because a lot of investment went into capping that land to make it appropriate to pass DEP's regulations.
Wrap it up, please, Jean.
And if we don't put a fence around it, not only do we risk damaging the investment of the cap, we risk that poison being accessible to people, and it can't be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Sandra Moki, 39 Cross Street. So this article is not about being pro-solar or anti-solar. It is not about the schools. It's not about the school budget, and I'm very disappointed that it's sort of been tied to it. This is about putting industrial, large-scale industrial, in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's not a not in my backyard issue. It's a not in our backyard issue. This article sets a very slippery precedent about zoning and what belongs where. Industrial does not belong in residential, which is a point that all of our neighboring towns agree with. Medway, Southborough, Northborough, Westborough, Holliston, Hopkinton, Milford, Sherburne, all of these towns do not allow solar in residential. And the comparisons that we've had to the Weston that were repeated before, that lot is not accessible or visible in, like, via any public way. And the array is not visible from any abutter. Only the screening from 2 abutters and only from the 2nd floor. You can read that in any of their minutes. So in closing, I just want to say that this is not a vote against the schools. It's not a no vote against renewable energy. It's about protecting all of our residential neighborhoods in all of our town, not just Howe Street, but every single residential street. Thank you.
Thank you. I have not seen anyone add themselves to either line for quite some time, so if you're not in line, we're going to end the discussion with you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Mr. Hanna, you're probably going to get the last word. That never happens. Sir.
Hi, my name's Derek Schaefer, and I'm 101 Howe Street. A couple answers to some of the questions here in regards to, first of all, Weston doesn't have a fence around their field. I went over and visited that location also, and everybody else has described it quite well, which I was going to describe, but now I don't have to. But one thing I will say is that Amoresco's made this a point of Weston being a prestigious town, that they have already approved this thing, which, as a matter of fact, they have not. It's going to town meeting next week. It's going to be Articles 23, 24, 25, and 26. Basically, they are doing what we are doing tonight. So they haven't voted on this thing yet. So they're about the same process that we are in. One other question I had here, too, is in regards to the savings. At the town meeting last November, the savings was $109,000 with a tax payment of $12,500 and a net metering of 9.23 cents. Now this time it's going up tremendously. That was about a $2 million something savings. Now we're seeing a $3 million savings. Can someone explain how that increased so much?
Okay, before we enter that, do you want someone from Amoresco to address that, or I just wasn't sure? The Weston, okay, I'm sorry. Do you want to, Mr. Manager, pick one?
You can have this one, I'll have the next one. Thanks, boss. So the Weston articles next, at the next town meeting, those are related to the PPA and the financial arrangements related to that project. It has already gone through the zoning process at town meeting and has passed that. What they are in now is the special permit process with their special permit authority, just like this project would have to do if it passes at town meeting. So it doesn't have a fence around it right now because they haven't finalized things like screening, et cetera.
Is that a closed cap, though?
I believe so.
It's a cap landfill.
Well, then it doesn't have screening on it, I mean, a fence around it.
Okay, well, we're going to try to get you answers, but you got to let us get the answers, okay? What was the answer on
related to the fence, their liability is their liability. I'm concerned about Ashland's liability. Related to electricity, remember, this was back in November. We put this forth before I think everybody in this room who pays their electric bill has seen what's happened. I know mine went from $40 a month to $80 a month. So part of that is just a change in the electricity rates went up 37%. So the savings became even greater to get this project. Those same increases in electric rates are going to affect our town electric rates as well. And this is a way to keep our utilities under control in terms of the price that we're going to be able to get electricity for.
So the cost of electricity obviously is going up, but it's also now they're saying it's going to be going back down again. So now these savings are going to be changing again. So will these savings be adjusted down when the electricity goes down? Because it costs you more. When it costs you more, obviously your savings are going to be more.
Well, if you can predict they're going down, I mean,
Well,
they've been going up at a rate of almost 3% a year. So I don't.
Well, National Grid just announced a 28% decrease for next month, whereas or this month.
Okay, did you get answers to all your questions? I want to make sure you did.
Yep,
Okay, because I think the folks from Amoresco wanted to address, or we're going to ask them to. I'm being given the high sign, okay? I'm being lied to. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Carolyn Bell, Concord Street. I know this is a very emotional issue for many people, and I was curious at the informational meeting, so I went to the one at Town Hall. and I heard them talk about the choice of trees that would screen. I heard the fellow, I believe it was you, who asked what the view was going to be from your second floor window. And was it you? There was one fellow who lived in the area, and they said they would send an architect, and they talked about stamped architectural plans. And at the very end, I heard the town manager say, there are people riding recreational vehicles, they're going to damage the cap, and we're going to have to fence it in. So afterwards, I asked him, well, what is the price of fencing in that land? And he got back to me and he said that it would cost approximately $145,000. Now that's almost half the total annual budget of the public library. That's a lot of money for a little town, it seems to me, even though we're talking about millions of dollars. I mean, that means hours and staff and all kinds of good things. And then you're going to get this fence, and you go out for bid, right, over $5,000. You go out for bid, and then you have to take the lowest bid, which means not the prettiest fence. You're not going to have the landscaping. You're not going to have the 3 trees, kinds of trees. You're not going to have berms. You're going to have a chain link fence. And if I were living in that neighborhood, which I'm not, if I were living in that neighborhood, I would take the berm, I'd take the trees, I'd take the fence. I don't want my kids playing over there because as someone who's raised children, and then you hear them when they grow up, you don't know where they are. They tell you they're one place, but they're over there playing in the dump area.
Could you please wrap it up, Carol?
Okay. So I would say that if you have a choice of a chain link fence or a chain link fence with a lot of nice trees, I'd take the trees.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, Andrea Green, 66 Cross Street. I'm not a direct abutter, but this is my neighborhood, and I drive by the landfill cap pretty much every day. And, you know, a lot of people talk about putting this into the neighborhood. The homes that were built that are the direct abutters in this neighborhood were built after this landfill was there. There was already a, quote, industrial use happening to that land before these homes were built. Now, sometimes when people move into a town, they don't find out everything about what's right there in their neighborhood. But I think most people do know that. And it's my opinion that this is a really good reuse of this non-buildable land, that it will not only improve the safety of it because of all of the next 3 steps that have to be gone through in order to make this project a reality, will actually improve the safety of this landfill because there'll be a special permitting process, there'll be an EPA vetting of this, whatever this project is. And I think that, you know, I could say, well, it's too close to me and I don't want this industrial use put in my neighborhood. But I'm thinking about what's best for the whole town. And it has nothing to do with schools or any of the other possible advantages. It just seems to me that we're taking some unbuildable land and making an improvement on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, Erin Williams, 24 Pinecrest Lane. I live in this neighborhood. It's the bottom of my street is the House Street solar array. And even though it was categorized as not in our backyard, I want this in my backyard. And there are many families who are here today who do want this for multiple reasons. There's a few financial points that I want to point out. But first, there was some inflammatory language that I want to clarify. Michael, this is not high voltage, correct? Okay. It is not high voltage. The second thing is this project has been very well publicized. And so if you think it's going to start scaring away buyers, then why for a very modest 3-bed, 2.5-bath, 1,900 square foot cape on Boulder Hill, which is in all, like as far away as I am, and I can see the cap, it's just the next street over, 18 bids and $20,000 over asking wasn't enough to even be in the running for a bid for this home. This project, as many people have said,
putting those trees along that side of the road, screening in those J-shaped vents that vent the methane off the cap will be a serious improvement. And then please reconsider, please read between the lines, between what the Finance Committee and the School Committee has said. We are drowning, and we need to do anything we can that's financially feasible to keep our town afloat and keep our children educated. And we already spend so much less than other towns, and our services, we're trying to put square pegs in round holes and offer less and less and less. And as someone who's committed to being in this town for her life, just please consider that there's more to this than the very few homes. I feel bad, but I know Amoresco, and I know that between Preston and Mr. Moki, they will not do us wrong.
Please. Okay. Everyone's been over a minute. Mr. Hanna, you have the last word.
Well, there's nobody behind me, so could I have 2 more minutes?
No.
Okay,
I'll tell you what, if this were the last article of this night, still probably no, but.
Well, what I want, because I'm not a neighbor, so I can't say I don't like it because I live next to it. But I've got to caution the town, because even though we think it may be possible to make a lot of money on this, there may be a lot of expense that we don't know. So where would I ever go to get this information? Well, believe it or not, we have the same kind of building of solar panels over at Pond Street. And that's right next door to my house. So I went over there and looked it all over, and all these things are sitting up in the field. Of course, the one advantage they have is there are no houses to speak of around it. So it's just, they got some wetlands, but they got all these arrays. So I said, well, I'll go to the planning board. They must know
Jimmy,
what-
I've been generous with folks with time, and I will be generous with you in terms of the minute.
I'll be quicker, okay? So I go to the planning board and I said, do you have any information on that solar panel over there in Pond Street? And my answer was, what solar panel? Oh, I said, so I pointed it out to him with the map, and God damn it, there was a solar panel there. So I says, I need the information on your permitting process as to what conditions did you put into your permitting process for that particular module. And I have them right here. And for those who might not like this thing, there are 19 provisions in here from the Ashland Planning Board as what you must do for me before I will sign the permit. And it covers Ashland pretty well financially because they pay for everything. They pay for the fences, they pay for all the landscaping, and they maintain it for 20 years. Now you can start thinking that that could be a good deal. That's right here in Ashland. Then I had my own problem when they had the hearing with us. They talked about this, because we've only got 12 inches to play with, which from a contracting point of view, Mr. Schiava, you can agree with me. It's hard to put something down.
You're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay, quickly. So they have a pontoon platform, which is sort of
You know what, Jimmy, what I'm going to say is, this is probably more relevant for this conversation next about the Board of Health, where the 12-inch depth is actually part of the warrant article. So I'm going to ask you to hold that part of the conversation until the next article.
Oh, yeah?
Because it's directly related to the next article.
Yeah, but it's a cost event project. Just give me I'll try and just quick through it. Their way of having an array mounted is not with four concrete poles down the ground 4 feet. They have a platform, it's like this shape perhaps, and it's got a pontoon formation on it, and it sits on top of the ground because they've only got 9 inches to play with. Now, the problem we have is that's almost a state-of-the-art platform. And we don't buy into this with any responsibility for the performance of the platform or anything else, because that's got to be on the shoulders of the contractor and not the town of Ashland.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ida. I owe you one.
Yeah. I'll add it to your tab. I am not foolish enough to believe that a card count will help this. And even if I did one, I'm sure someone would ask to have it counted. So we're going to go right to a standing vote. I'm going to ask the tellers to come to the front, please. This is a standing count, which means you're going to need to stand up and raise your cards. Actually, you don't need to stand up, just raise your cards. Please keep your cards raised until I have all the tellers back here and let you know that the count is complete. We'll start with all those in favor. Please raise your cards. Thank you. Orange cards only will be counted.
Wait a minute, Preston.
Thank you. Me. I counted the people. Sorry.
You still have time.
Ken, where are you? Oh, you're back there, sorry. You can all put your cards down. Okay. Those against, please raise your cards. Cards down, thank you. Let me just give me a moment to count it. Bear with me, I just want to verify the count before we announce it.
Please remember not to leave until the vote is tallied. Thank you.
And to further that, Yolanda's comment, there is, if this article passes, there's another article right after this about the landfill itself, and then 3 articles on contracts and various things. By the vote of 190 in favor to 75 against, that article passes. With the passage of Article 8, we will move to Article 9, change of use of landfill and enter into license agreement sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. to see if the town will vote to use a portion of the surface to a depth of 12 inches of the former landfill located at 102 House Street, Town of Ashland, Assessors Parcel 223 and Map 12 of the property to be used for general municipal purposes under the control of the Board of Selectmen, with the entire remainder of the landfill to continue to be under the care, custody, and control of the Board of Health, and further to authorize the Board of Selectmen to negotiate and enter into a license for the property for a term of up to 20 years on terms it determines to be in the best interest of the town or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote. Entering into this agreement will create a new revenue stream for the town by a collection of real estate taxes on what is currently unusable land. The Board of Health has declared the surface of this landfill to be surplus, allowing for it to be repurposed for this project. This agreement is consistent with Ashland's designation as a Massachusetts green community and will further reduce the town's carbon footprint and emissions. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, town meeting voters. This article, step 2 in the process, is in essence allows the town to go into a long-term lease agreement with Amoresco to allow construction of the array on the closed landfill. This process included a lengthy process with the Board of Health to vote to allow the Board of Selectmen to control that 12 inches. So at this point, I will defer to Assistant Town Manager Herbert and Amoresco to answer any questions specific to this process.
Okay. Before I see a lot of folks leaving. I know it's late, but this is also requires a 2/3 vote. So if you voted against the last article, you may want to hang out, because if enough people who voted for it leave, you might win this one. If you voted for it, you might want to stay to make sure this one passes too. I said that before we started the 5 articles, and again after the first article. Ms. Greaves mentioned it while I was counting votes.
It's right here. On page 1. On page 1.
It's on page 1.
Page 2.
It's in the warrant. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the use of the surface to a depth of 12 inches of the former landfill located at 102 House Street, Town of Ashland, Assessors Parcel 223 and Map 12 of the property shall be changed to be used for general municipal purposes related to the installation of a solar facility under the control of the Board of Selectmen, with the entire remainder of the landfill to continue to be under the care, custody, and control of the Board of Health, and further to authorize the Board of Selectmen to negotiate and enter into a license for the property for a term of up to 20 years on terms it determines to be in the best interest of the town. I'm not going to stick with the speaking limits unless it starts getting crazy, but let's try to keep it to a minimum, please, in terms of time's up and length of speaking. Do I have such a motion?
Jim Hanna, Elliott Street.
Wait, second. I had a motion and a second.
Yes, second.
Mr. Hanna.
Okay. Am I all set now, you think? Okay.
You're good. I'm sorry.
Just a question on I'm sort of confused, and that's not quite, it's quite normal for me. This 9.5 inches is owned by the Board of Selectmen, and the other 40
I think
million
you mean
miles
12 inches.
Right? Well, I know. I'm just sort of making a joke out of this. Where the selectmen own 12 inches of that, and the Board of Health and the DEP own the other 40,000 feet that go down forever. When does that all get ungelled so that either Ashland owns the whole damn thing, or someone comes up and negotiates it 12 inches to 13 or 9?
I've been given the high sign by town council, so I'll heard
to speak. Oh, good. I haven't heard from her for a while.
Mr. Hanna, good evening, or almost good morning. The town of Ashland owns the entire landfill. The town of Ashland town meeting gave the care, custody, and control to the Board of Health some time ago. This town meeting is being asked to give the care, custody, and control of a portion of it, the top 12 inches in the surface, to the Board of Selectmen. It is the town meeting who determines who has the care, custody, and control of any town-owned property.
Okay, so care, custody, and control could be a cost item to the town if they decide they want to own it.
We already
Okay.
We already
The
own it.
town owns it.
Okay, then the care, custody, and control is going to be in the hands of the town, or does that go to the person that's using it?
Well, the town owns it. The manager of it, if you will, is being asked to be put under the management of the Board of Selectmen. The purpose of this article is to allow the Board of Selectmen to take the care, custody, and control and provide a license to Amoresco to install and operate the solar facility. That license agreement will put the cost on Amoresco for the maintenance, the bonding, the peer review of the cap, the final post-closure use permit. All that cost will be shifted to Amoresco.
As usual, thank you very much. Smead?
Mr. Herbert wanted to add something to that?
I just wanted to add something to that, to Attorney Mead's comments. It should be noted in the motion that the care, custody, and control would go to the Board of Selectmen for the purposes of a solar PV array, so only. So they couldn't use it for any other purpose. Furthermore, the Board of Health vote is contingent. Their release of the landfill, the top 12 inches, is contingent only upon a positive vote for solar landfill only. So.
And just to be clear, the motion does specifically state for general municipal purposes related to the installation of a solar facility.
Correct.
Sir?
James Morrissey, Voyagers Lane. Question, are the engineers certain that 12 inches is sufficient depth to anchor the array against a hurricane, tornado, or other high wind event?
Yes, it's a ballasted system, so it's not actually anchored. The ballast provides the support for the array, and obviously those are engineered for that. The reason you take a little bit off the top is they put some gravel down and then put the ballast on top of that. If you visit any of these sites, you'll see that typically how that's done. So my understanding is those are all engineered for wind and other types of loads that could be on the array to make there sufficient footprint, sufficient size and weight to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
M.R. Fletcher, I live on Pleasant Street. I have some serious questions about this. Clearly you're going to do it. I'd suggest that you be very, very careful when you do it, though, because you're taking the top 12 inches and you're turning control of that over to some company for 20 years. You don't know how well they're going to be run 5 years down the road, and yet you're reserving to yourselves total liability for whatever may happen below that. And if you don't believe that causes trouble, I suggest you talk to the folks in coal country in West Virginia and see what happens when one person manages the surface and the other people manage the subsurface, because that's really a source of major problems for the people who live in that area.
Before you continue, I see Ms. Mead itching to respond to that, so I'm going to let her and then let you finish your comments.
I can just say that the license agreement will include the requirement for decommissioning bond. This array will be financed, so the licensing agreement and the power purchase agreement will also allow that if Amoresco were to default, the financier would come in and operate it. Further, there would be a maintenance requirement as well. There would be all the appropriate insurance requirements. There's a bankruptcy default requirement. The license agreements are very detailed to protect the town to the greatest extent possible.
And so basically, does that mean that Amoresco has absorbed and agreed to pay and provided for its own death if necessary for whatever may happen?
Yes, that is correct.
And they assume they know everything that's going to happen.
Well, we draft
had a
as
couple
well as
earthquakes a
possible.
couple years ago. Let's not forget that. But I did have another question. Collection of real estate taxes on what's currently unusable land. If the town owns it, who is the town collecting taxes from?
Mr. Schiavi? Ms. Mead?
We're not collecting taxes on our own property. When this array goes in, one of the articles here is to enter into a tax agreement with Amoresco. We will begin to actually collect taxes on a piece of property that we don't currently collect taxes on. It's really on, it's not on the land, it's actually on the actual equipment that's on the land.
So it's not really a real estate tax, it's a tax
Well,
on the installation.
No, it's a personal property tax, which is part of your real estate.
It's part of real estate, right.
Mr. Rush?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is to transfer care, custody, and control to the Board of Selectmen for the top 12 inches. If it should fail, is there any reason why the Board of Health wouldn't be able to negotiate the license agreement for the PV array.
Ms. Mead?
The Board of Health doesn't have the right to bind the town into those kinds of contracts.
And the Board of Selectmen couldn't delegate that right to them for this purpose?
Absolutely not.
I see, thank you.
Sir?
Hi, Paul Condrat, 30 Cross Street. I'm directly abutting my backyard. I can look out at the solar array. Couple of things of clarification. I am a PE in Massachusetts. This is high voltage. The line voltage is 13,800 volts along the road. That is classified as high voltage. The panels, okay, medium voltage. 13,800 volts is what we're talking about. Just so people don't think it's a 12-volt battery. 12-inch depth. There's no guarantee that that's not going to lead to further erosion of the cap. Is the town prepared to monitor the wells? I mean, Ms. Greenstein, who spoke earlier, her well is very far away from this landfill, and we know it was contaminated. She spoke about it earlier. I'm about 200 feet from it. Is the town willing to pay for comprehensive water testing of all the wells, because we don't even have an option to get on the grid to get MWRA water or our town water, as for future articles may bring
Right,
up.
there's ongoing testing and monitoring that happens already, and so even when the solar array goes in, that responsibility for the Board of Health to continue to monitor the site, and as well as, DEP's requirements to do that, all remain in effect. And as a matter of fact, I believe we're actually going to put in an additional monitoring period each year over and above what's already done, for added scrutiny, if you will.
Okay. So, but there's not testing of the individual wells, our well water that we all...
I don't know, Mark, I don't think we're doing individual testing of wells even right now, but the site is constantly evaluated for things like erosion. So, I mean, those things are always being looked at when they go out there several times a year to monitor that. So that responsibility would be on Amoresco if there was any erosion related to their PV array. But all of that goes to very stringent DEP permitting, and before they will issue a post-closure use permit for this use, they're going to look at all the engineering, Amoresco's plans, everything behind that to ensure, because the integrity of the cap and the safety of the cap is paramount, and it's paramount to us and it's paramount to DEP, and so they won't issue that post-closure use permit unless they are satisfied that the engineering of the cap and the engineering proposed by Amoresco for their project will not cause any harm to the cap.
So for my own well-being, I'll take on the cost of doing the testing myself.
Well, let's have a conversation about that, because I'm not sure about what's being done now related to water testing. But if there's a need for that, right now there's no anticipation that there's anything going on there. If we're not testing now. So let us get an answer back. Please reach out to us. I'm happy to talk to the health agent and find out what's going on right now. We can have a conversation about that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sir?
Yes, I had just a question. I had watched a number of these sessions on this, but I seem to have missed the understanding as to when, at what point in time through this extensive process, that this is going to be bid for vendors to participate. I note the Warren article does not mention Amoresco. Amoresco is continually being mentioned in this hearing here at the town meeting, presumably for a large project of this type. At some point, it'll go out for bid and people will get a competitive price. This is asking for entry into a license agreement. Is that going to be done by bid? When will that happen? And if not, why not?
Mr. Schiavi.
Yeah, the Amoresco is the company selected by the town, and they already participated in a competitive bid process with the state and as a selected contractor to install these type of installations for municipalities. So they've already gone through the RFP competitive process and actually won that process already.
Yeah, so I understood you made that comment to me at a hearing last fall, but that's a statewide, qualification to participate. That's not for this particular project. So are you saying they aren't going to bid this particular project? And is that a good decision?
Mr. Schiavi.
Yeah, that's correct. We are working with Amoresco, and they were the town selected contractor for this particular project.
Yeah, I would suggest that this be put out for bid. It's a large project. I'd be prepared to provide a motion to amend this prior to vote, to that effect, that this be put out for competitive bid at the point that it becomes an approved project. So I'll defer until the end, but I'd like to provide a motion to amend this article to go to competitive bid.
Okay, while you're deferring, sir, while you're deferring, if you wouldn't mind just writing that down, because I want to make sure I get the exact wording that you want.
I'll make it very simple, but I will. Thank you.
Ms. Nardone?
Hello. This is almost comical. I mean, people are talking about who's gonna take on the liability and the landscaping and the trees. We have no contract. You just approve something with no contract, and people are making up stuff, or they're gonna do this and they're gonna do. You don't have a contract, so all this stuff is just make-believe. Thank you.
Mr. Herbert?
We can't have We can't have a contract because town meeting, we have to get the authority from town meeting to enter into one.
Mr. DeSoni?
Again, Mark DeSoni, free from time. Okay, I said this at a pre-town meeting forum that was taped and aired. No matter who owns that land, it can't go more than 12 inches because DEP, EPA regulations says they can't. And until they finally get a chance to say that this is a post-closure file complete, it's never going to be right until they say so. So I'm gonna say this now again. No matter who says, no one in the town, no committees, no boards, nobody like them, it's DEP, EPA is the final ones that say it. Not anybody in the town, not anybody who lives around there, not anybody that is wishing to have it there or wish to have it not there. It's DEP, EPA. Thank you.
And this will be the last comment other than the gentleman who wanted to make the substitute motion.
Susan Mickey, Leech Lane. I'm sure this is clear to everybody but me. Can you explain to me why this needs to be under the Board of Selectmen versus the Board of Health?
Sure, I think Ms. Mead had mentioned it before, but would you repeat it, Lisa, please?
Only the Board of Selectmen have the authority to enter into these kinds of contracts. The Board of Health does not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll end discussion, and I believe there was going to be a substitute motion that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to amend Article 9 to require town management to competitively bid the solar project prior to entering into a license agreement. And I'd ask someone in the room to please second that for me.
Ms. Mead?
Mr. Moderator, town meeting does not have the authority to interfere with the management of the town, which is governed by statute. So the statute governs the bidding process, regulations govern the bidding process, the management of the town, and how they comply with the procurement processes under the management of the Board of Selectmen according to the charter.
In response to that, Ms. Mead, I have not requested a specific process. I've left this at the full discretion of town management as to how they will competitively bid. My mere expectation here is that a competitive bid occur when a quote-unquote approval is finally reached so that we can evaluate as a town the best, lowest cost provider who provides the most services in whatever manner the town management chooses to follow. I understand there are quite a few procurement regulations that are available. This looks like a single source as it's currently formed from my point of view, and I'd like to see a competitive bid. That's the reason I've made the motion.
Mr. Moderator, to the extent that you determine that it's within the scope, I would rule that, in fact, it's an advisory vote and not a requirement, given my earlier comments.
And I would accept that. I think this is a request to direct town management. If town management chooses to not follow the direction of the town meeting, they will certainly be accountable to that in the future, not trying to bind the town to a specific process or interfere with the management.
Okay, let's work on the language on that, please. The motion would be as it states, and I want to get, did you happen to write that down?
I did, sir.
Would you mind give it to council and she can walk through it?
We're going to change your word required to request.
That's fine. I'd accept that. And again, I assume, you know, as worded, that a design implies that some work will have to be done to create a design before the bid is sent. Obviously, Amorisco would be, I'm sure, on that list, along with any other qualified vendor that's identified per the town's discretion.
Okay. The motion is to amend amend the motion to Article 9. The motion will read as it currently is in your warrant book, with the following words added to the end. Where it says town period, the period goes away. So the best interest of the town, and request town management competitively bid the solar project in its final design. I believe there was a second on that. Was there a second on that? Okay. What we'll do is we'll vote on the amendment first, and the amendment will only need a simple majority to pass. If the amendment passes, we will vote on the main article, which will require a 2/3 majority. If the amendment fails, we will go back to the main motion and vote on the main motion. Everyone clear on that? We'll start with... Sure. What will happen is we have a supplemental, an amended motion. Someone has asked to change the motion that has already been made and seconded. In your books, you'll see a motion that says the use of the surface to the depth of 12 inches, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That motion exists. We have now, someone has made a motion to amend that motion. So it would read, let me read the whole thing to make it clear. That the use of the surface to a depth of 12 inches of the former landfill shall be changed to be used for general municipal purposes related to installation of a solar facility under the control of the Board of Selectmen, with the entire remainder of the landfill to continue to be under the care, custody, and control of the Board of Health, and further authorize the board to negotiate a license. The amended motion would say, and request town management competitively bid the solar project in its final design. What we will vote on first is that amended language. It'll be a majority rule vote. If this amendment passes, then we will vote on the entire motion with this included, which will require a 2/3 majority. If this amendment fails, we will vote on the motion as it currently exists and was made and seconded, and that will still require a 2/3 vote. Is that clear to everyone? Okay. Does anyone still have a question on that?
Mr. Moderator, question here. Discussion on the amended motion?
Yeah, I'd like to raise a point on that.
Sure.
Jerry Efren, 336 Cedar Street. Although I understand the base appeal of the substitute motion, it sounds good, competitive bidding, I'm really not sure it's in the best interest of the town. Frankly, in order to get the detailed information you need an applicant at the table. You need them to be able to negotiate the conditions. You need to be able to have any applicant weigh the financial consequences to deal with that. You need someone to go through a special permit process. You need someone to commit to a DEP review. You're not going to get that with having people simply put forth a pro forma to bid. So based upon the prior article passage, regardless of how anyone felt about it, this product is now going to be at bat. And I think in order to have it at bat, it's best to go the way it has been designed and allow the people up front to do their jobs to make sure that the conditions that are imposed on this project are in the best interest of the town of Ashland.
Anyone else on this? So we are voting on the substitute motion, which is just the language we talked about, requesting the competitive bid. Understand, as Ms. Mita said, town meeting cannot require the Board of Selectmen to act in a particular way with regard to procurement. They can request but not require. So, on the substitute motion, all those in favor of the substitute motion, please raise your orange cards. Thank you. All opposed? That fails. We will now go back to the main motion. The motion made and seconded, and I'm going to be optimistic and go for a card count first and see how we do. All those in favor of Article 9, please raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority on that. All right, we have 3 articles that would hopefully go quickly. They are all related to solar, Article 10, 11, and 12. My plan is to get through those, and then we will break for the evening. Article 10, enter into lease or license agreement, school roofs parking lot, sponsored by the school committee. To see if the town will vote to authorize the school committee to enter into a lease and/or license agreement as appropriate for the placement of said solar facilities on the roof of the Ashland Middle School, 87 West Union Street, and on the parking lot at the high school, 65 East Union Street, for a term of up to 20 years on terms it determines is in the best interest of the school department, and to do so in coordination with the Board of Selectmen or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote. Entering in this agreement will help offset the cost of utilities at the Ashland Middle School and the Ashland High School. 100% of the financial benefit will be used by Ashland Public Schools. This agreement is consistent with Ashland's designation as a Massachusetts Green Community and will further reduce the town's carbon footprint and emissions. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll be really quick. So the school department is requesting to have a solar canopy, which would be placed outside in the parking area adjacent to the high school here, and as well as having solar panels put onto the middle school roof as part of just an overall solar plan, and having a number of projects combine the economies of scale and to provide us more savings as well as tax benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. To allow discussion, excuse me, I'll entertain a motion that the school committee be authorized to enter into a lease and/or license agreement as appropriate for the placement of said solar facilities on the roof of the Ashland Middle School, 87 West Union Street, and in the parking lot at the high school, 65 East Union Street, for a term of up to 20 years on terms it determines is in the best interest of the school department, and to do so in coordination with the Board of Selectmen. Do I have such a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Some of the backup information I received on this proposal talks about the canopy design that's going to go over the high school parking lot, and it talks about a Y shape that holds the snow from falling off. So my question is, how does the snow get off? Because we're trying to get the sun to hit the panel, and if it melts off, are we going to end up with an icing problem when this water hits the ground?
So the Y shape, there's a channel there. So as the snow melts, it goes into the channel down into a runoff. I don't think run on the parking lot. There'd probably be a way to capture that water as it comes off. It doesn't just, slide off the roof.
All right, but if it's turning into water, it's going to start wanting to freeze up when it hits the colder parking lot, so.
All right, I'm handing it over to the experts.
Let's hear from the experts.
So the reason for...
Could you get closer to the mic, please? Introduce yourself.
Jim Dale, Senior Account Executive from Amoresco. Regarding the design requirement of having inverted panels versus what folks in this area may be more familiar with of slope panels as a commercial business has over in Framingham. With a non-inverted panel, just a slope panel, everything sloughs off into the drive aisles of the parking lot and creates a plowing and icing impediment as you're describing. With a inverted Y-shaped panel, everything is directed towards the center, and then we can shape and direct the snowfall accordingly, and then the subsequent drainage patterns of the location would be consistent with the drainage patterns that are currently exist. When normal snow melts, the snow that falls on the parking lot now is the same snow that will fall in the future, and it'll melt in a pattern similar to what it does now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
James Morrissey, Voyagers Lane. My question relates solely to the middle schools. Has the fire chief been consulted with regard to the elevated risk to firefighters that these solar panels will pose on a building, given the fact they can't be shut off?
Mr. Herbert, or no?
I would turn it over to
folks to Amoresco.
Life and safety are a huge part of these projects, and absolutely, when we do have the opportunity to get to the table to go through site plan review and negotiate, the chief has a direct seat at the table. And there's fire safety plans, and they're fully informed with the construction of the system.
My name is
Sir?
Norman Crew, Cherry Street.
Could you move a little closer to the microphone,
Oh,
please?
yes. I said my name is Norman Crew. I live on Cherry Street. I had a question as to the solar panels down at the landfill, and what happens to these landfill systems, the solar panels, the debris, and everything else after 20 years of time.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry, but you know what? Just answer the question. Just go ahead and answer the question.
At the end of 20 years, Amoresco will be required to remove it at their expense.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nothing further, this requires a simple majority. On the motion made and seconded to Article 10, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. And those opposed? That passes unanimously. Article 11, Power Purchase Agreement, Landfill Middle School Roof, High School, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to negotiate and enter into a net metering power sales agreement on terms it determines to be in the best interest of the town for a term of 20 years pursuant to General Law, Chapter 25, Section 11C, for the purchase of energy related to the development of a 0.9045 megawatt, more or less, solar facility to be located at the site of the former landfill at 102 Howe Street, Town of Ashland, Assessors Parcel 223 and Map 12. A roughly 0.220 megawatt solar facility to be located at the Ashland Middle School, 87 West Union Street, and a roughly 0.600 megawatt solar facility in the parking lot at the high school, 65 East Union Street, or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote. Entering into this agreement will create a new revenue stream for the town via collection of real estate taxes on what is currently unusable land, the landfill, and allow for utility cost savings at Ashland Middle School and the Ashland High School. The proceeds from these projects will benefit both the schools and general government. This agreement is consistent with Ashland's designation as a Massachusetts green community and will further reduce the town's carbon footprint and emissions. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is the second of the contracts that we'd be entering with the array owner, Amoresco in this case. And this agreement is the document that states that the owner is responsible for all the design, the construction, operation, maintenance, and decommissioning of the array at the end of the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I expect you to talk longer, sorry.
Running out of gas.
Yeah, well, you could have covered me, thanks. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Selectmen be authorized to negotiate and enter into a net metering power sales agreement on terms it determines to be in the best interest of the town for a term of 20 years pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 25A, Section 11C, for the purchase of energy related to the development of all those things I talked about before. Do I have such a motion? So moved. Thank you. Thank you, Preston, for being so... Well, any discussion? Finally got one, huh? All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Okay, that passes, but not unanimously. And that, I'm sorry, that only required a simple majority. And what I expect to be our final article of the evening, Article 12, Tax Agreement, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee, and unfortunately it's long and I got to read this one. To see if the town will vote in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 38H, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into tax agreements with Ashland House Street Solar LLC or related entity for a period of up to 20 years, and to approve said agreement under which Ashland House Street Solar LLC will pay the town a sum of money per year relative to a roughly 3.98 acre parcel of land located at 102 House Street, Ashland, related to the proposed construction and operation of a large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installation with an expected nameplate capacity of approximately 0.9045 megawatts, and Ashland House Street Solar LLC for a period of up to 20 years, and to approve said agreement under which Ashland House Street Solar LLC will pay the town a sum of money per year relative to a 15,000 square foot roughly area on top of the roof at the Ashland Middle School on 87 West Union Street, Ashland, related to the proposed construction and operation of a large-scale solar photovoltaic installation with an expected nameplate capacity of approximately 0.220 megawatts, and Ashland House Street Solar LLC for a period of up to 20 years, and to approve said agreement under which Ashland House Street Solar LLC will pay the town a sum of money per year relative to an approximately 46,500 square foot area of land located at 65 East Union Street, Ashland, related to the proposed construction and operation of a large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installation with an expected nameplate capacity of approximately 0.600 megawatts. Said tax agreements are on file in Town Clerk's office, and further to allow the Board of Selectmen to negotiate any amendments necessary to said tax agreements to reflect any changes in the size of the parcels or area of roof, so long as the payments reflected in the tax agreements rise or fall commensurately, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town so vote. Entering in this agreement with Ashland House Street Solar LLC and Amoresco Company will create a new revenue stream for the town on what is currently unusable land. This agreement is consistent with Ashland's designation as a Massachusetts green community and will further reduce the town's carbon footprint and emissions. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you for the last time this evening, Mr. Moderator. This is, as Mr. Schiavi explained earlier this evening, this is the agreement that we enter into with the array owner for the collection of personal property taxes based on the solar array.
Thank you, Mr. Misher. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that I am just not going to read. Does someone want to make the motion that's printed in the handbook?
So moved. Second.
Discussion.
Paul Condrat, 30 Cross Street. Thought we were entering an agreement with Amoresco.
We are.
Ashland House Street Solar LLC.
The motion set, the Finance Committee recommendation indicates that Ashland House Street Solar is an Amoresco company.
Correct.
Where does it say that?
In the Finance Committee recommendation?
Okay, it doesn't say that in the actual article.
The actual entity under Amoresco are the ones that are listed in the article. They're wholly, I'm going to let Jim answer this, wholly owned subsidiary of Amoresco.
Maybe I'm missing something. Which paragraph of the actual article, not the Finance Committee's recommendation? That's not part of the article.
The motions clearly say Ashland House Street Solar LLC or related entity. And the actual tax agreements are on file with the town clerk's office and have been.
Okay. I don't know. I'm a business guy. I know how, this is how we get around stuff. These are the little...
Well, nobody's getting around anything. These are the
Okay.
entities.
I think it should be stated that it's actually Amoresco.
The general manager, the limited partner is Amoresco. I don't have the tax agreement in front of me, but I don't know what to tell you. These are the entities. Right.
Okay, anything else? This requires a majority. All those in favor of the motion made and seconded? Thank you. And opposed? That passes, but not by a majority.
Not by 2/3.
Now for the second. Sorry?
That passed how?
It passed not unanimously. What did I say?
Not by majority.
It's late. Well, we can get back to the conversation of what 2/3 is if you really want to. No. No, we have the second half of our menu. No, I'm kidding. Is there anything quick prior to the motion I'm going to ask for?
I'd like to make a motion to address Article 22 as a healing process for the neighborhood, as leaving this meeting tonight with a positive impact for House Street, for all the residents of House Street. It's to continue the sidewalk, and so I know that there are hurt feelings, and if the town can skip to Article 22, we can leave here with the neighborhood and a new sidewalk and feel a little bit better about ourselves.
My policy on taking articles out of order is that there needs to be a compelling reason to do so. I'm not so heartless as this isn't compelling, so I will allow a motion. You may make that motion. I'll allow the motion if town meeting chooses to address Article 22. That'll be town meeting's choice. So would you like to make that motion?
I would like to make the motion to address Article 22 for the sidewalk for House Street.
All in favor of taking 22 out of order? Thank you. Opposed? Okay.
I have a second motion to add the parcels of one.
Can I get to the motion,
Sorry.
the article first? I'm an
Just trying to
accountant.
be
I
as
go
excited
12,
as Preston.
13, 14, so I have to get there first. I have to introduce it, and no, you may not make a motion until I've gone through the article and we've dealt with it. Article 22, taking of land off House Street for sidewalk improvements, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to purchase, acquire, or take by eminent domain, and to raise and appropriate, either by appropriation, borrowing, or otherwise, sum of money to fund said purchase or taking, along with associated legal and engineering costs necessary. The parcels located along House Street are 84 House Street, 86 House Street, 90 House Street, 94 House Street. The acquisition of said land having been determined to be necessary for the health and welfare of the inhabitants of Ashland, and to be used for the municipal purposes, or pass any vote or action taken relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town's vote. The $10,000 cost for the taking of the land is included in the DPW budget for FY16, which we approved a little while ago. Mr. Magnani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a continuation of a project that's already been started. If you go up House Street, you'll see that they've already began working on a sidewalk from Cross Street and heading towards Indian Brook Road. In between that area, there's 1,140 square feet of pieces of land that have to be taken. And as written in the town warrant, those sections would be 84, 86, 90, and 94 House Street, respectively. This is so we can continue the sidewalk and connecting the neighborhoods so that the areas of Indian Brook Road, which already have sidewalks, and can continue that path along House Street, and it will connect the neighborhoods to neighborhood. And with all the other developments that are happening in and around Ashland, especially the new Wilson Street project as part of Legacy Farms, there will be a lot of traffic in that area. And I'm sure they won't be going down Rafferty Road, but they'll be coming down Cross Street and House Street to get onto Route 9. So with that in mind, there's a safety issue, and I know that the residents up there were quite concerned about that, and this is to help eliminate any unforeseen issues with traffic and those that like to walk from neighborhood to neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Magnani. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion. You guys have it printed in your warrant. I'm not going to read it because it's late. Okay, a motion's been made and second. Discussion. I think maybe we have a substitute motion coming.
I would like to add the parcels of 117 and 121 House Street to the list of parcels. These are the two parcels that go from Holly Lane, where the sidewalk currently ends right now, and it's actually the opposite side of the road, but it would bring it to the trailhead in Hopkinton State Park. So there would be sidewalks all the way from Joe's neighborhood up House Street and to the trailhead for Hopkinton State Park.
It was 117 House Street, and what was the other?
117 and 121. And the owner of 117 was here earlier, and she's in full support.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Mead, I think your dreams are about to be crushed.
I'm really sorry to do this.
No, it's okay.
But there's no notice given for those takings. and
For
so
those abutters.
Therefore,
Okay.
they
Yep.
would be out of order in the,
Okay.
right.
All right.
We can address it later.
Okay, that's fine. So just my only testimony is it's like a death trap up there, so please pass this.
I'm sorry your dreams were crushed. But I would encourage you to get in touch with the Board of Selectmen, and if it's reasonable, I'm sure they would add it into the project, but you have to do it a little differently. Sir?
Charlie Legassi, 85 House Street. Just a question, there's been communications and emails and different things, newspaper articles regarding the House Street as a scenic road, okay? And perhaps there was an error or whatever may have occurred in terms of taking some trees down in the previous sidewalk improvements. Noting that this land taking is going to include some trees and there is some stones in front of, I believe, 94 House Street, is there going to be some addressing of that? And
So to address your first
you.
concern, obviously, I had...
Microphone, Tony.
Oh, sorry. I had Mr. Mnuchin go up and do an investigation related to some of the concerns that were raised, and he's going to be discussing that with the planning board coming up, as well as any additional requirements based on the sidewalk extension at an upcoming meeting of the planning board.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Crow from the Planning Board.
Just for any eminent domain, I am assuming this is friendly and the property owners involved fully support this, but I want to confirm that.
Mr. Mnuchin has spoke to all the landowners, correct? And they're all in support, correct? Yes.
And you answered Mr. Rush's question, too. So, barring any other questions or any other motions to take things off the warrant, this requires a 2/3 because it is a taking under eminent domain. We'll start with a hand count. All those in favor of the motion made and seconded for the taking of Article 22, please raise your cards. Thank you. And opposed? Okay, that doesn't pass unanimously, but I declare 2/3 majority on that. So now, without anything else unexpected, what the plan would be is we have to come back and finish the half of the warrant that we didn't get to. We would come back on Monday, 7 o'clock, same time, same place, different clothes if you choose. Start with Article 13. If not, please wash them. Start with Article 13 and move forward. To do that, I will entertain a motion to recess, for town meeting to be in recess until Monday, May 11th, 2015 at 7 p.m. in this location. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Good night and thank you.